Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning indeed. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 1 minute past 6 o'clock. Welcome to this side of the Sahara, where we are the home of hard truths and bold insights. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. rgk.co.ke, internationally recognized. A very big morning to you, City. Uko namna gani?
Nashukuru bro.
Uliamka vyema?
Kabisa.
Na assume weekend yako ilikuwa fiti?
Weekend ilikuwa mzuri.
Naam.
But I made a mistake. You know, I forgot.
What did you forget?
That yesterday was Sunday.
Oh.
Yes, I thought it was Saturday.
But how could you forget? Because I'm sure you went through Saturday.
Oh, believe me, I forget.
Okay.
Yes.
So what happened in this forgetfulness? Did something go wrong?
No, I stayed up late.
Oh, for this morning. So when you stay up late, City, what do you do?
I read.
Okay. A book, a paper.
I listen to podcasts.
All right.
Yes, and some of them can be very engrossing.
Right.
Ukiangalia saa. Saa 8.
Unashtukia.
Yeah. Then you look at it, Sunday. Monday.
Well, I never make a mistake because my circadian rhythm is set. Yeah, so circadian rhythm is the one that tells you what time to sleep. It's the internal body clock basically. And mine ikishafika saa 2 usiku, it doesn't matter which day it is. It could be Monday, it could be Tuesday, it could be Saturday, it could be Sunday. At exactly 8 in the PM, between 8 and 9, na kuanga nimesinzia kwa kiti. Mpaka naambiangwa tu, boss, siwache kungangana. Kitana ndio ile, enda tu ulale. Yesterday I watched the game between Stuttgart and a team called Heidenheim. A very disappointing match. This is in the Bundesliga in Germany. A very disappointing match. I expected Heidenheim, nika team kametoka huko relegation, kamekuja huku juu. Bwana, I expected them to at least even score a goal.
What happened?
They didn't score anything, so Stuttgart ended up winning that game 1-0.
It's just one. I thought you were talking about something like 6.
You see, the problem is Heidenheim were defending more than they were attacking, and actually they were not intentional about scoring goals basically.
Bro, they're still feeling the Bundesliga.
Yeah.
Yes. Si walitoka kule Bundes, not Liga.
Walitoka huko Bundesliga. In the Bush Liga, they came to the main league. Yes. No, but to be honest, something also similar happened to Burnley. Burnley also likumetoka ushago in the English Premier League.
When?
They just came off relegation. They joined the Premier League.
It's not the first time,
Yeah.
Kuna wakati walikuwa huko wakatoka huko.
Yes.
Walirudi, eh?
Yes. Hizi teams zinashindanga zikienda zikirudi. So it just depends. If you're the bottom 3 in the main league, you always go down. And even in the one that is down, when you're in the bottom 3, you go to the lower one yenye iko chini ya hiyo.
And if you're in the first 3,
muna elevatiwa.
Very good.
Yeah. So basically I was just registering disappointment. That game I expected to see a lot of and I was rooting for them actually. And then they disappointed me. But anyway, it's okay in life. Yeah. A lot of other teams. Man City were also playing Brentford yesterday. They also disappointed me. Manchester City, that is. I expected them to score very many goals against each other. I expected Brentford because they were home. Twange.
Mlikuwa mmeongea na Man City wafunge bao.
Tulikuwa tumesikizana. Nilikuwa na expect Twangwe na Brentford because Brentford are really people consider them an underdog but a very strong team. I expected them to do amazingly well against Man City.
They didn't do amazingly well.
Man City scored the first goal in the 9th minute, and then after that, ni hivyo, defending the entire game. But nonetheless, a win, we say a win is a win. Even if you win by 1 goal or 10 goals, a win is a win. So big shout out to Man City fans.
10 goals is many, bro.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
Mingi.
Lakini kuna wakati watu chapana hizo. Also a big shout out to PSG, Paris Saint-Germain, and they were playing against PSV walikuwa wanacheza against nani? Lille.
You spent the whole weekend just watching football?
Yes. They scored 1-1, so they drew. PSG wameanza kuona moto.
You don't have other things to do on the weekend?
Did I tell you Barcelona lost to Sevilla? walitandikwa 4-1. Anyway, that's it about football. I will introduce, by then nitakuwa nakutafuta weekend to watch ball, and I hope nitakuintroduce to a club, and I'll get you a Bundesliga club, I'll get you a La Liga club, and I'll get you a Serie A club, and I'll get you an EPL club.
I am not capable of getting a club myself.
No, you'll have to become a fan of one of those clubs or all of them.
What does becoming a fan involve?
Watching them, supporting them, cheering them. Yeah, kutukanana na watu when you go as you're having coffee.
We have local teams here. You Mathare FC.
Yes, I'll get you a local team.
What, I can find my own local team. Kwani ziko nyingi.
So next week ndakupatia what local teams are doing. Meanwhile, it is now 6 minutes past 6 o'clock. What is being celebrated today as far as the United Nations is concerned? A big shout out by the to one of our producers, that is Randall. Randall is celebrating his birthday today, so happy birthday, Randall. Wherever you are, I hope you're siku ya leo radha itakuwa noma kwako. But today being 6th of October 2025, it is the International Geodiversity Day. International Geodiversity Day. So, if you're a lover of this earth, well, you understand that there's a lot of diversity, whether it's about the climate, whether it's about people, but to be specific about geodiversity, this is what they're celebrating. Basically, geodiversity is the variety of Earth's materials, landforms, and the geological processes that shape them, including rocks, minerals, soil, fossils, and features like mountains, caves, and rivers. So wherever you are, there's a lot of diversity geologically. So look at it, appreciate it. Whether it's the forest that you live in, whether it's the mountain that is above you, look at it and enjoy it. Kabisa. When you shall go, what is one landmark that is very a natural landmark that is very prominent? Sugarcane. All right.
It's in abundance. Yes.
That's the one thing that you guys, tukifika huko Muhoroni tunaona tu.
Utaona sugarcane.
Yeah. Good stuff.
When if you are looking at it from an elevated position,
yep,
it looks very green, so you'd think it's grass. And they say, haja kuna viwanja vingi vya mpira,
sugarcane. Good stuff. I enjoy myself some sugarcane, but I'm trying to keep off sugar now. Si kwa sababu daktari alisema tusikule sana. Si ati nimechana nayo completely. Nowadays I eat it in moderation, or rather I consume it in moderation.
Good for you.
Yes. Tupatie methali.
Right.
Tumetoka archipelago. Tulitoka archipelago.
Tuko Cape Verde.
Cape Verde.
Yeah. Interesting country this one. Very interesting country.
Cape Verde wanasema vipi?
Wanasema, I know it perfectly. Prevented the wasp from making honey.
I know it perfectly.
Mjuaji kabisa. Bwana mimi huniambi chochote.
Kwa mjuaji wewe basi. Fanya kinyo unajua tuone. Watu wanakuondokea.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically tuache kukoa juaji. Mr. Know It All or Miss Know It All.
Yes. It's good to know things, but you can't possibly know everything.
Yes. True story.
Absolutely true story.
Yeah. So zingine pia ni vizuri you take advice from people. You might think you know everything, but some people know some things that you don't know.
In the abundance of wise counsel, there's much wisdom.
In the abundance of wise counsel, there's much wisdom.
In the book of Proverbs.
Okay. Thank you for that. It is time for us to get on to rgk.co.ke, where you're listening from. Please let us know. You can find us on our socials. That is at Radio Gen KE across all of them, and Radio Generation Kenya on YouTube. Currently, by the way, we are definitely live, and we're also live on rgk.co.ke. So if you're wondering, hizi sauti zetu zimetoka kwa nyuso zinakaa vipi, I'd like to let you know that contrary to public opinion, we are very handsome. Yeah. So why don't you check us out on those platforms? Meanwhile, this is what is happening as far as trending news and stories is concerned. You can check us out on rgk.co.ke. A couple of stories running in there. And once you open it, the first story, which has been posted by Samuel Otieno, published 9 minutes ago. We are not planning a drug import ban, says Pharmacy and Poisons Board. What is this all about?
Which drugs are they planning to ban?
Yeah, so let me read like a paragraph or two and see what they're talking about. The Pharmacy and Poisons Board, that is the PPB, has dismissed social media reports claiming it plans to block over 21,000 medical products from entering Kenya. So they are denying this. They're saying, boss, nani ameambia tuna ban chochote? Yeah. So in a statement yesterday, the regulator termed the allegations false and misleading, saying that they were intended to cause unwarranted public alarm. The claim is false, misleading, and intended to cause unwarranted public anxiety, said the Mdosi of PPB. And PPB assured Kenyans that there is no blockade of medicines and that the availability and quality of medical products in the country remains stable. It adds that it retained approximately 9,000 registered medical products that meet national and international standards for safety, efficacy, and quality. According to the board, the products remain available for local manufacture, importation, and distribution. So they're not banning anything that isn't banned all over the world, or they're not banning something that is already being important to the country. So don't panic. Sometimes and especially for people who have got this chronic illnesses or the terminal ill, sometimes they feel like, hey, my painkillers might not get you on time.
Where did this come from?
Social media reports.
By whom?
They haven't mentioned specifically who's doing this.
And what did they say? Did they specify? Or were they amorphous in their statement? I mean, because by the time it warrants a response,
must have been a serious...
there must be something they said that warrant that I haven't come across it myself. Have you?
No, I've not. But according to Samuel Otieno, this is what the board said, verbatim. The board has noted that... The board has noted with concern a misleading press statement on social media alleging that the board intends to block over 21,000 medical products being imported into Kenya, which supposedly places the country on the brink of medicines crisis due to a shortage of medicines. Yes. So that is what they're saying. So someone released a press statement. Who this person is, we don't know. Whether it's a government department, a government official, a politician, someone maybe in their industry, that is the pharmacy industry. They have not said who exactly said what, but they have said that there's a misleading press statement. Whoever released it, we don't know. Let's tweet Samuel Otieno tumulize, Sami, nani alisema hivi? Yeah, but that's the story. Check it out. rgk.co.ke. Next story takes us to where? Let me see. Madagascar security forces blame protesters for violence. That story is in there. TikToker Kaluma Boy granted full university scholarship. Let's read about this TikToker gentleman. 17-year-old TikToker Vincent Kaluma, popularly known as Kaluma Boy, whose touching videos of caring for his ailing father moved millions of Kenyans, has earned a full scholarship to the East African University. The announcement was made by Bishop Ben Kamau during a Thanksgiving service at JCM Church in Ruiru on Sunday. Bishop Kamau revealed that Kaluma will pursue a course in sales and marketing with a focus on digital marketing. Dr. Christopher Mutembe, the Vice Chancellor of the East African University, has confirmed that Kaluma Boy has been granted a full scholarship to study sales and marketing and sharpen his skills in digital marketing, said Kamau. So, I've been seeing this young boy trending. He's a TikToker who's been taking care of his father, posting the videos online. Now, a couple of days ago, Kenyans came together, including celebrities, wakamchangia pesa. Pesa ambayo itaenda kwa umbali sana kumsaidia yeye na baba yake. Now, coming back to this East African University story, when they granted him this scholarship to study digital marketing, I hope this is something that he has chosen to study. And they have not them telling him that, "Hey, Niaje, so since we've seen you very good on TikTok, you're very good at posting content, we have now decided that we're going to give you a scholarship in what? Digital marketing." Okay, I just hope it is something that he said that, guy, imagine me if I were given the opportunity, nitachagua digital marketing, university, na nisome. Because maybe the guy wants to become a mason or a carpenter or an engineer or, a journalist.
But surely.
Yes.
They wouldn't. By the time they are talking about what he wants to study, I am going to go with the view that they know what he wants to study.
Again,
what they offered him.
That's what I'm saying. From the statement here, this is what the statement has said. Dr. Christopher Mutembe, the Vice Chancellor of the East African University, has confirmed that Kaluma Boy has been granted a full scholarship to study sales and marketing and sharpen his skills in digital marketing, said Kamau. So that is now Vice Chancellor Kamau. I just hope. No. The vice chancellor, sorry, is Christopher Mutembe. Yes, the vice chancellor is Christopher Mutembe. Bishop Kamau ndiye alikuwa anapeana hii statement. So CT, what I'm saying is, because I do not know the circumstances of this scholarship, whether he was offered or he requested and said, guys, if you're gonna, maybe they offered him something and then he said, no, I don't want that one, I prefer this one. So I just hope it is in line with what he wants.
He got a scholarship.
He got a scholarship.
Full
Yeah.
scholarship.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Granted a full scholarship.
Sio sawa.
Aya. Kaluma boy, all the best bro. Nani mwingine hapa hivi tunaweza soma? Wiper. Tuone Wiper anasema nini. Wiper tells off Raila for linking Kalonzo to false claims about his health. What? Okay, let's read this and see. The Wiper party has defended its leader Kalonzo Musyoka against claims linking him to misinformation about ODM leader Raila Odinga's health. In a hard-hitting statement, Wiper's Secretary General Senator Shakila Abdallah accused ODM of engaging in political theater, which she further described as acts of desperation from a once respected movement that has lost its moral compass and political relevance. Hey, I say, do you have to get deep into this?
That
Adjectives.
What?
Wiper dismissed allegations that Kalonzo harbors ill intentions towards Odinga, saying the two leaders share a long history of cooperation and mutual respect. Yeah.
No,
Yep.
that statement confounds what was said earlier. Because the earlier statement actually tears into these supposed villains who dare accuse the Wiper leader of, I'm not going to comment on this.
No. Fafanua tu kidogo.
Wacha ikae, bro. That one, if these leading lights of politics feel this is how they want to go about things, let them.
Let me just read that again. In a hard-hitting statement, Wiper's Secretary General, Senator Shakila Abdallah, accused ODM of engaging in political theater, which she further described as acts of desperation from a once respected movement that has lost its moral compass and political relevance. So let me ask, what is so difficult about just approaching someone? Because these people, I know they're even probably in the same WhatsApp group. They probably share a lot more in common in terms of even their social settings. Maybe even they go to the same mosques, the same churches, same whatever, same clubs, same bars. What is so hard about just picking the phone rather, and calling City, for instance? Hey, City, nasikia unaambia watu mimi ni mgonjwa. Rada gani? Ndio City useme, Mbuvi na amekuambia hivyo. Niseme si niambie, mimi nasikia huko kwa ofisi bado umesema mimi ni mgonjwa.
The person who is sick wishes to let us know.
Yeah.
They will let us know.
Exactly.
If somebody leaves the country for whatever reason, it is their business.
Right.
Okay? So, that's why I said I'm not commenting on this thing.
Yeah. Because by the time someone says acts of desperation from a once respected moral compass, political relevance. Hata mtu anasemanga tu statement, unasema ni aje? Tumeongea na ndugu zetu wa ODM. Kulikuwa na rumor ya kwamba Kalonzo amesema hivyo. I just want to make it very clear, Kalonzo didn't say that about Baba. Kalonzo and Baba remain good friends. They are talking. And if Baba were sick, trust me, it's not even Kalonzo who will say it. Someone else has that responsibility. So, hizi story mnasikia huko nje, wachane nazo. End of statement. Done. Hii story ya kwanza kuita watu moral compass, political relevance imepotea. Bwana wase. Lakini nawaambianga aje watu si wajenga bwana. Watu si wajenga. Next story. Roslyn Akombe warns Kenyans against falling for politicians' fake fights. So let's read what the former IEBC commissioner is saying. Former Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commissioner Roslyn Akombe has cautioned Kenyans against being drawn into what she described as manufactured conflicts among the political elite. In a statement yesterday, Akombe accused the political class of deliberately fabricating imaginary rivalries to keep public attention focused on themselves rather than on national issues or new leadership voices. See? And this is what I'm talking about. these politicians are very good friends. They go to the same churches, same mosques, they're in the same WhatsApp group. Chances are they go to the same banks, they in the same circles or chamas. Their circles are the same country clubs. If it's Windsor, Mutaiga, Karen Club, whatever. Mkitaka kuongea ongeeni huko bana. Hizi madrama zenyu mnatuletea bana, kaeni nazo huko. And Akombe is actually putting it very rightly. Let's be careful not to be dragged into their drama. Because this is their own political fight. Kenyans have got absolutely nothing to do with it.
Actually, that is not true.
Okay. Fafanua.
Kenyans love to listen to gossip.
That's true.
They love to hear what's happening to their leaders, whether it's imagined, whether it's fabricated,
right,
whether it's true, but they love to listen. So we're not dealing with something that is new here.
But see, Rosalind is right.
Rosalind has a very valid point.
Right.
But the reason why I said I was going to talk about it is everything that we say about it, we're fueling it. We will get to know. The things I see, my stand is, I will get to know the truth in due course. I'm not going to scratch my head and pontificate. What for?
All right. Agreed. But nonetheless, I feel like Rosalind Akombe ameinject ukweli hapo. Haya, hapa kuna watu wa Morocco, majenzi wa Morocco. Morocco sees 8th straight day of protests organized by online Gen Z group. Where are they protesting? Let's find out.
The protest is not very different from the protest in Madagascar. It is not any different from the protest in Nepal. It is not
Bangladesh.
It is not different from the protest in Kenya. So it's not different. Philippines are also right there. So
members of Moroccan online youth collective protested for the 8th consecutive day on Saturday, demanding better public health and education services. Now, the demos in the usually stable North African kingdom have backed the perception of young Moroccans as being politically disengaged and have been organized since last Saturday, the other Saturday, by Gen Z's 212, a group active on the web platform Discord. In Tetuan, in the north of the country, hundreds of people gathered chanting slogans such as "The people want an end to corruption and freedom, dignity, and social justice," local media reported. So at least they're not saying that they want their king gone. They want reforms to social services, particularly healthcare and education, as well as an end to corruption and the resignation. Okay, so now they want the resignation of Prime Minister Aziz Akhanouch, whose tenure ends next year. On Friday evening, hundreds of people rallied in numerous cities, including Rabat and Agadir. Yeah. So sumesikia. Gen Z kila mahali wanaleta shida. Swali ni, watatokezea kupiga kura, especially in a country like ours of Kenya. Have you registered as a voter, by the way? Have you registered? If you're listening to me and you're a young person, Gen Z or not, you could be 34. You're definitely not Gen Z, but you're young. So if you are that young person I'm talking about, just let me know via our WhatsApp channel. You can let me know if you have actually registered as a voter. You can also let us know via our X page, that is at Radio Gen KE, if you have registered. And if you haven't registered, can we know why? Nataka kuelewa Kenya wenzangu, and especially young people. I just want to understand why you haven't registered. Now, our WhatsApp line is 0116-928-683. Again, WhatsApp 0116-928-683. That's our WhatsApp line 0116-928-683. Let me know if you have registered. Please just tell me that you're ready for 2027. And if you haven't registered, I just want to take a quick poll for myself and for the purpose of the People's Breakfast. Ndio tujue kama watu wako serious ama wako serious. And if you're not planning to register, just let me know why. I mean, it is your right at the end of the day. No judgment here, guys. We listen and we do not judge. We want to understand what's happening. You can also find us on our YouTube channel. That is Radio Generation Kenya. My Take 2.1 anasema, good morning to you all. Mbuvi, you also need to adopt a team in the local football league. It's getting hot. Oh yes, bro. Trust me, I'm right there with you. Geoffrey Mugaka, good morning, Wangwana. Looking forward to a great show. Yes, indeed. I will definitely let you know my favorite team in the Kenya Premier League. Actually, I have several because they've been performing really, really well. So I do not know where nitegemea kabisa niseme ndio nimeshikilia completely. Najua watu wana-expect niwaambie Gor Mahia ama niwaambie AFC, but none of those are my favorite team. I like them, I watch them, but they're not necessarily my favorites. I'll tell you my favorites. Na wanacheza vizuri. Actually, they've played recently. One last story before we bounce and start checking out what's happening on the roads of Nairobi. Georgia protesters tried to storm Tbilisi Presidential Palace. Nakwambia kila mahali watu wameamua ku rise up. Police in Georgia have clashed with anti-government protesters trying to storm the presidential palace in the capital of Tbilisi. According to the BBC, security forces used water cannons and pepper spray to disperse demonstrators. The Caucasus country has been in crisis since the ruling Georgian Dream Party claimed victory in last year's parliamentary election, with the pro-European Union opposition says was stolen. Which the pro-European Union opposition says was stolen. Since then, the government has paused talks to join the European Union. The protests took place on the same day as local elections, which the opposition is largely boycotting following a government crackdown. One organizer had earlier called for leaders of the Georgian Dream Party to be arrested. Watu wa Georgia bana. Siku elections mna protest. Like, I believe you could have chosen any other day to protest.
No, but there's no day like election day. It's a good day. People are out. You have an audience.
Yeah.
A rather large audience. Yes.
But don't you think that is disrupting a democratic process?
Yes.
Which I think is not... I mean,
stopping it.
The outcome wouldn't be good. Well, to be honest, I do not know how they do it in Georgia, but here in Kenya, I'm assuming, bana, the moment you start protests, people will start... There's some people who will be afraid of coming out.
Yes.
And by coming out, that means that they might not get the opportunity to vote.
Yes.
Yeah. And that might hurt the whole democratic process. Because chances are, the people that you're protesting for are actually also for the changes that you're looking for. And those changes can be effected through the ballot. So if CT people are out in the streets, mean niogope kutoka, because I might get hurt. And here I'm talking about the Kenyan context. Again, I do not know how they do it in Georgia. That might hurt a very good opportunity to actually effect the change that we're looking for.
True. But before all this happens, people have to register.
True story. Yeah. So people need to register, by the way. I hope you have registered. Honestly hope to read some of those very positive comments. What else is here as far as trending stories are concerned? We're still on rgk.co.ke. 3 injured in suspected grenade attack at a Mandera hotel. Police intercept Lamu-bound bus and recover bales of cannabis. Hey, wanajuangaji story.
Si wanaambiwa.
Tip off, eh?
It has to be a tip off, and it probably means that
someone was disgruntled. Kuna mtu pesa ikumfikia vizuri. Na akasema hamunipati? Siti nakwambia in the next 5 minutes kama hiyo pesa ijaingia, if I don't get an alert on my phone that I have received 5 million bob. Sawa. Na unajua ya last week huko nilipa pia? Hai. Sawa. So unajua na mjanja? Unajua na mjanja. All right. Twende kazi. Yeah, so police at the Sabaki River Bridge in Malindi, Kilifi County have uncovered a stash of cannabis after intercepting a Lamu-bound bus. According to a police report, the bus registered KDN 368W and operated by Tawakal Bus Service was on a routine trip from Nairobi when officers flagged it down for inspection. Yeah, because I've been on buses going to the coast before, and at no one point were we stopped by cops. Yeah, so this one was definitely. Yeah.
Even where to look.
Yes. Wow. Because it can't just be that random. Ati mnaangalia hivi na mkapata mihadarati. Hiyo nao ni uongo. All right. Let's check out what's happening on the on the streets of Nairobi. Are you moving or are you stuck?
Traffic.
All right, Ngong Road looking good. It's Monday, the 6th day of October, and nothing seems to change as far as these times are concerned. Siku moja, guys, just surprise me. Yeah, can we have like green all over? But anyway, at the junctions is where we have a little bit of traffic here and there, but nothing to worry about really. You're moving very, very well. We're looking at Langata Road, also looking good at this particular hour. From Galleria Mall all the way into the CBD, literally hakuna mali hata pamoja naona stress yote ya barabara, kuna traffic nini. Uhuru Gardens all the way Mkofiri. Panari, this is on Mombasa Road, looking fantastico. Siku zingine tunapatanga ka traffic kama leo. Kuna ka traffic pale hivyo as you're approaching Standard Group, going into the Panari Hotel. But after that, things are looking good. No complaints actually. You guys are moving quite well. This is Panari going past the Standard, looking good at this particular time. Mali mtapatana na traffic baba. Ni hii mali inaitwa, it's stretching from, and this is funny enough, going to Mlolongo. Why? Really? Yeah, so this is, I guess it's that stretch as you're approaching General Motors. There you'll definitely meet some traffic because of that Kahil, and then as you're getting into that stage that is usually at the underpass. But after that, you guys are moving quite well. No complaints on, this is which road? Airport North Road. There is a huge traffic as you're approaching JKIA. And guess what? It's stretching all the way from the Eastern Bypass. I am so sorry, guys. It looks like you're going to have a very long morning as far as that road is concerned. If you can find a different route, maybe uko Embakasi Garrison, uko Mkipito, uko sijui mkatokezea wapi. But yeah, just ngangana tunayo.
You're not being very useful.
But I'm telling them, if they can actually find an alternative route. If you can choose not to go to work today, yeah, that can be a very good option. Pigia boss, mwambie, sir or madam, we need to start thinking of ways of working from home.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
You know, actually, CT, if you and I wanted, we can actually work from home, eh?
Really?
Oh, yeah. Technology allows us now.
Okay, then in that case, I'm going to pack up my bag.
No, don't park right now.
I'm going to leave.
It's about...
Then I will work from home.
Not from tomorrow, maybe, perhaps.
But today is good.
Unataka kwanza leo?
So umesema.
Ongea na director kwanza. Let's check out what's happening on the front page of the Standard. Raila health wars. Now, a vicious rumor war exploded yesterday as ODM and Wiper traded barbs over claims that Raila Odinga is gravely ill. ODM accused a section of the opposition, singling out Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka, and Eugene Wamalwa of peddling malicious disinformation after social media posts that said that the 80-year-old was hospitalized. Raila's camp says he left the country for a brief medical holiday, and Ida Odinga called the rumors baseless. Wiper hit back, calling ODM's outrage political theater and denying any ill intent. In the end, the speculation persists, and the nation, waits. The nation waits, still unsure what to believe. All right, 4,700 people to lose jobs in President Ruto's sugar factories revival plan. Yeah, 4,700 of you might just lose your jobs. The realities of the sugar sector are growing harsher by the day, with mass layoffs looming as revival plans take shape across the sugar belt region. Front page of the Star. The good, bad, and ugly of plans to sell per stateholds. Lawyers have opposed plans to privatize or dispose state shares in firms. Page 6. Albert Sigay, a selfless corporate titan fueled by integrity and discipline. Football, Gor Mahia's narrow 1-0 win over KCB as Shabana hold Tusker. Yeah, that story is on page 32. Raila flies out amid ODM, Kalonzo and Rigathi spat over health rumors. And then on page 2, doctors must not prioritize unborn child in medical abortions. Court rules. Stories on page 2. Over to you.
Right. In the nation, how cartels looted fertilizer subsidy. The government's ambitious fertilizer subsidy program was hijacked by unscrupulous traders who exploited loopholes in the system to make a killing and shortchange farmers. A report by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has revealed, according to the EACC, government agencies bungled oversight, allowing profiteers to infiltrate the scheme and supply substandard fertilizer.
Okay.
Right. So you're confirming that all the complaints people were making earlier on were true.
Yeah.
Okay. Head teachers warn cash crisis hurting exam preparations. Principals say examination preparations are being disrupted by government's delay to disburse funds to schools. Cash-strapped schools are unable to purchase materials and equipment that students will use during examinations, according to the teachers. If the problem persists, they warn students will be forced to share equipment. The Kenya Certificate of Secondary School Education starts on October 21st. Okay?
Yeah.
With rehearsals planned for October 17th. Learners will sit the new junior secondary education assessment from October 27th. Bang in the middle of the paper, there are two things, right? The headline,
Right.
Raila health debate stirs political scene. ODM leader Raila Odinga traveled out of the country on Friday for an undisclosed mission, with his spokesman dismissing speculations of ill health and blaming his opponents for spreading reports. Can this thing not just be responded to in a civil manner?
I mean, and that's why I'm saying it's the same question I'm asking myself. And this is political theater.
Okay, revealed driving school scandal. An investigation into anonymous emails alleging a bribe scheme has rocked the National Transport and Safety Authority. The whistleblower accounts coming shortly after NTSA had unearthed a racketeering ring through which driving schools bribe examiners for learners to pass tests compromising road safety. This isn't new. It's been with us for quite some time.
Yeah.
But when you drive, you often wonder, this person, did they really take a driving test? The way they enter the road, the way they reverse into the main road, you wonder. Because those are things you learn not to do. Yes. Anyway.
They don't even indicate, they don't use the machinery in the vehicle to assist them to drive.
No.
Telling people you're taking a left or a right.
They just take the left. Now you figure out.
Yeah. And also people don't take care of their vehicles, making them road unworthy. For example, you don't check whether your brake lights are working. You know, sometimes it's very easy to just ram into a car because the driver in front of you has actually slowed down.
You stopped.
Yeah, exactly. Now, no memfuata. Bang.
I have had occasion to bump into someone like that. It's just a bump.
Yeah.
Nyali Bridge.
Yeah,
in those days we used to pay to get across.
Okay.
So this fellow paid, and I was absent-minded. So I thought he had moved. He hadn't, because I was watching him pay.
Yeah.
I thought he moved. Yes, only slightly. Me, I moved to get into space that I could pay. Boop.
Mkapatana vizuri.
No, gently. There's nothing wrong. Just gentle.
Yeah.
Yes.
People don't take care of especially lorries, the constructions one, the ones that actually carry ballast, sand.
Are you aware that by definition they must be old? Just like the lorries that pick up
garbage.
Yes. By definition, they must look dangerous. In fact, they must look road unworthy.
Or like it's by design.
I can't really find another reason for it because they all fit that description.
Even if you, like right now, I think the latest number plate is a KDV. So you want to tell me that today, even if it's a KDV, it will look battered.
It will be a KDV, but not a modern KDV. The KD number was there before.
But funny enough, the ones that I see around my home area, they're actually very well kept, well maintained, and yeah. But there are some, especially when you're going to the bundus, ile gari hata haina zile reflective panels. You can't, and especially at night, when you come close and you have good eyesight, that's when you realize by there's a dark figure that I can make out in this darkness that is not supposed to be here.
The people whose vehicles are in such conditions, again, don't really understand why it is a serious offense. Because, my friend, you can cause a lot of harm to a lot of people.
True.
Yes.
True. And especially when you're driving at night, unfortunately, some drivers could be inebriated. And then, of course, they're not alert as they should be. So if they don't see you well, my friend, they just keep their eyes off the road for a second. And you know, all it takes is a second, eh?
Yep.
Your story inakuwa venye ifaikukwa. All right, so there's this story I've just noticed here, and I'm afraid I have to go back to it. This whole issue of Kalonzo and Raila. I just want to read this part again. Raila health wars, yeah. A vicious rumor has exploded yesterday as ODM and Wiper traded barbs over claims that Raila Odinga is gravely ill. So ODM accused a section of the opposition, singling out Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa, of peddling malicious disinformation after social media posts said that the 80-year-old was hospitalized. Raila's camp says that he left the country for a brief medical holiday. So ODM has actually said Raila has gone for a medical holiday. That could be anything. Maybe he's gone, to unwind mahali huko because akona stress. And that is still a medical holiday, because if the doctor prescribes, look, you're in a very tense political environment, you unakula stress sana. Can you go to Maldives and just, unwind, or go to Zanzibar pale kwenye bichi, kula hewa kidogo. So the ODM has actually said that, look, this guy has gone to get better. Where this better is gonna, the reason why he's actually going out there, we don't know yet exactly why, which part of his body is unwell. And then Ida Odinga called the rumors baseless. Wiper hit back, calling ODM's outrage political theater and denying any ill intent. In the end, the speculation persists and the nation waits, still unsure what to believe. What is so difficult about this guy just coming out and...
Me, the people who respond to this that are surprising me.
Yeah.
Somebody may have inquired, man, you head towards him with a sledgehammer. I mean, you are... What? Anyway.
Yeah. So, former Prime Minister spokesperson Dennis Onyango amesema hivi, former DP Rigathi Gachagua and his struggling team of Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa, walikuwa tumabese tu like a few hours ago.
There are no permanent friends or enemies in politics, brother.
Former DP Rigathi Gachagua and his struggling team of Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa, among others, are on a familiar campaign of misinformation on the health of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Then Shakila, of course, Wiper Sekjena, said any suggestions that His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka wishes harm upon Raila is malicious, reckless, and utterly false. ODM's attempt to drag Kalonzo into its internal confusion is a weak distraction of, distraction from the cracks splitting the so-called broad-based government. Bwana, just pick each other's phones and talk to each other.
That isn't salacious enough. You need something that gets people riveted and read and see what has he done. Is he really unwell? Every time Raila is out of the country for some time, somehow for some people it's news. Remember the while you were away, Baba, while you were away?
Yes, a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, we will know.
You told me something similar happened when there's this politician who left the country. Then Moi sponsored people to actually go and receive him. Was it Matiba? Matiba, yes. Yes.
And they received him. The convoys.
Yeah.
God Almighty. I happened to be in Nakuru.
Yes.
I was driving, to Nakuru, not from Nakuru. I was driving to Kisumu, so my friend, the vehicles that were going in the opposite direction of where I'd come from, many, they were going to meet him. According to Lee, what is his name? Liki Njui.
Yeah.
No. It's not Liki Njui is the former governor of Nakuru.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
He was actually the first governor of Nakuru.
Yes. This is Lee, the government. He was a government PA.
Okay.
Boys PA. Anyway, Lee Njiru. Lee Njiru, in his book, states that. In fact, he actually states categorically that they planned it. He even says that they asked the president then, just give us a little money to organize this thing. Went to government printers, printed posters.
Oh,
Matiba.
Posters. I was waiting to hear printed money, but yeah.
No. Government printer. Money is printed. It was De La Rue in those days.
Yep.
But they printed posters, with Matiba's name. So Matiba came back, a new bus. This one.
Yes.
In the bag. Yes. So,
but Matiba, that is, he must have been shocked, Unashuka hivi ndege alafu unaona tu multitudes.
But then remember also that particular, it's the idea was to split Ford.
Yes.
And they succeeded. Yes.
No wonder President Moi was called a political professor, political genius.
Yes. He knew what to do.
Yeah. And he did it.
Yes. But you see, that whole saga, I think that stands out for me, that he was a man who listened to advice. Because the scheme, apparently, according to Linjiru, they're the ones who came up with the scheme. They went to him and said, Mzee, we are thinking if we, moreover, if we, you know, and then after we, you know.
And he looked at them and akamwambia, Mugo na akili mingi sana. Tuende kazi. Gani hiyo maneno tuone utakuwa namna gani.
And that is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And Matiba knew he had won the election. But Matiba wasn't well then when you think about it. And the stresses of a campaign, I think, wasn't his situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Matiba was a wealthy person.
No, he was not wealthy. He was extremely wealthy.
He was extremely wealthy.
Wealthy is just, you know.
Yeah.
Really wealthy.
Yeah.
You own stuff. Lots of stuff.
He owned Hillcrest schools, right? I remember I was offered a partial scholarship to Hillcrest after Form 4.
Ukasema bana.
I actually went for the interview because these schools, they have to interview you and know the kind of person they'd like to have within their ranks. You know what I mean? So I got to Hillcrest. Guess who I found there also? The current Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi. I found him there. Also his son, I think it was his son, I'm not sure, but yes, one of his children had been offered also a scholarship to the school. That time he had left politics, or rather he hadn't won any seat. He wasn't in any
politics. Had left him.
Yes, he wasn't an MP, he wasn't a minister, he was basically mwananchi wa kawaida. It was that a period.
He was just with the people.
Exactly, he was with the people. So I found him there. So at the point I want to make is this: they offered me a partial scholarship, and I was interested in knowing. So when you say partial scholarship, what does this mean? So I was told they will pay 50% of my tuition, then I cover the remaining 50. I was like, okay. So how much is 100%? So that I can know 50%, bro. 100% was 750k per term.
That's like a lot of money, man.
It is a lot of money. And this is in 2004. So they wanted me to get into A levels and do something.
That would have paid. I mean, 2 terms fees. You paid your fees for the entirety of your stay in university.
Bro, university nearly spent a total of, I think, 550
throughout
for the whole 4 years I was there. Yeah. So hapa ninaambiwa one term 750. So 50% of 750, that was about 375.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't even do the interview.
So essentially it was one term.
Yeah, it was one term. It was half term. Nilienda for. So I asked for the details, and then they told me, so this is what we're offering you. So this is not before I went to do the interview. I didn't even do that interview.
Why?
Bro, hata ningepita, there's no way my parents could afford 375 per term for 2 years. It was just going to be impossible. So I left. But at least I interacted with the big folks there. Got to see the school. And so big shout out to Matiba manze. Fanya kazi mzuri hapo. Back to the papers. Page 3 of the Standard newspaper. Court orders Aga Khan to release body of Nigerian. So hapa kuna story. The High Court in Nairobi has directed the Aga Khan University Hospital to release the body of retired Nigerian Air Force officer Air Vice Marshal Terry Okorodudu for burial, despite an outstanding hospital bill of 8 million. Justice Lawrence Mugambi issued the orders following a petition by Okorodudu's family, led by his son Bidemi Okorodudu, who sought the court's intervention after the hospital declined to release the body over the unpaid bill. So, pending the hearing and determination of his petition, the body of the deceased Air Vice Marshal Terry Okorodudu, retired, shall be immediately released to facilitate burial and final rites, ruled Justice Mugambi. We tackled a similar situation last week, where another judge said that bodies are no longer, they're not properties. Dead bodies are not property. Release them.
Remember, we have in this very same country heard pronouncements by high-ranking government officials that the schools will not levy any fees on parents. They didn't stop them from levying fees.
No.
So now you're telling the hospital, the private hospital, that they must release this body. And they are owed money. Should the court not give guidance
on how the money will be paid also?
Yes.
So it depends on
or is this a reporting issue?
So it depends and I don't know how the courts operate, but I'm assuming this is how they operate. It depends on how the case was filed. So here is a case that was filed. Zileza release our father, the body of our father, the body of our kin. Yeah. So the judge was dealing with that petition. So anyone else who wants now to talk about, okay, tell us how we're going to pay. And in this case, it's Aga Khan. Aga Khan probably now needs to tell the judge, okay, fine. As we prepare to release the body of retired Field Marshal or Air Marshal Terry, allow us to also ask you how the body of Marshal Terry shall pay us for the bill, because we treated the man. Unfortunately, he lost his life. But had he survived the treatment, he would be alive and well and would still need 8 million paid. So
please
let us know how the 8 meter will be paid. But at this Nigerian government ailipiangi watu wao,
I don't know.
Yeah, and especially retired servicemen.
I don't know what becomes of retired servicemen. Here we make some of them ambassadors. Many of them have farms which they go to.
Yeah, some of them are commissioners or chairmen of boards. Yes.
So they're not entirely idle. No, they join either the AU or they join something, but they
do something.
Yes,
they are kept busy.
Yes, they're busy.
Yeah. Yes. So I hope the Nigerian government will intervene also and just do something for the
Air Marshal.
The Air Marshal Terry Okorodudu, because 8 million Kenya shillings, that's a lot of money. It is, but it depends on who you are. It's a lot of money according to who you are.
My friend, it doesn't matter who you are, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
8 million. It is a lot of money.
Lakini boss, kuna watu in a weekend, that's the amount of money they spend with their families.
You know that that language you speak from time to time, American.
Yes. What it do, what it does.
Yes. A lot of money.
Yes, a lot of money, mate.
Yes, yani pesa mingi.
Yeah, man.
Sindio?
Yes, indeed. I've remembered something you mentioned here a couple of weeks ago about land, and I've seen the National Land Commission has posted something here. Notice of intention to allocate land to the general public and any other interested parties. Notice is hereby given that at the expiry of 30 days from the date of publication of this notice, the National Land Commission, on behalf of the county government of Taita Taveta, intends to regularize tenure of land rate number 12922 in Taita Taveta County, measuring 2,454 hectares. Yeah. For conservancy use, subject to terms, covenants, conditions, and reservations, which shall be included in the conveyance documents in accordance with Section 14 of the Land Act of 2012. Any interested persons wishing to raise any comments may do so to the chairman NLC within 15 days from the date of publication of this notice. Now, in the absence of any valid objections, the allocation shall take place at the Commission's office in Nairobi, that is 2nd Gong Hill Avenue, as from 2:30 p.m. on the next working day following the expiry of this notice. The terms of allocations are available at the Commission's office in Nairobi and the office of the NLC County Coordinator in Taita Taveta County. The land is planned and surveyed, and ownership details may be inspected at the offices of the CECM in charge of lands for Taita Taveta County, Director of Surveys in Nairobi, and NLC offices during working hours. So, notice of intention to allocate land to the general public and any other interested parties. Now, when they say allocate, do they mean sell or give it for free?
You'll pay land rates.
Okay.
You know, if it's sitting idle,
it
doesn't earn the government any money. But if it's allocated,
yes.
One, the process of it being allocated to you, there are processes and documents that accompany that particular allotment.
Yes.
Okay, or allocation. And whether it's a deed plan, but all those things, they cost money. So it's not as though you just get the land. There are things you have to pay for in order for that thing to be duly registered in your name.
Okay. And who's considered for these things? Is it, can I, for example, I'm already a landowner, but can I still go and get that land?
I don't know. That's in Taita Taveta. I wouldn't know.
Okay. Is it only for locals of Taita Taveta? Is it open to the to people who are outside Taita Taveta? Is it open to foreigners, for example?
Are they offering that land for sale, or is that land being used for public good? What is it?
Let me just read that first part where I think might be clear. Notice is hereby given that at the expiry of 30 days from the date of publication of this notice, the National Land Commission, on behalf of the county government of Taita Taveta, intends to regularize tenure of land rate number 12922 in Taita Taveta County, measuring 2,454 hectares for conservancy use. So when they say for conservancy use also,
what happens, for instance, if you go to, we have game parks, we have game reserves, and we have conservancies. Conservancy is actually owned by locals. It's their land.
Okay.
But what they've done, they've excised it so that wildlife can roam freely and it can be part of what we call a natural habitat for animals. Okay? It's a conservancy. Now, what it means, therefore, is that somebody who wants to run a conservancy will have to deal with with the county government.
Yes.
And this is what they're talking about. That land is being set aside for
conservancy use.
Yes. There's somebody who wants to let animals roam freely. Maybe he wants to build a lodge, he wants to do something with it, but it will be a conservancy. It is specifically set out so that it can keep animals safe and it can also earn the county some money.
Like the Mara Conservancy, where we have different hotels and lodges set up within the conservancy. Okay, all right.
By the way, they're all over the place. If you go to Samburu, they're conservancies. Any place where you have wildlife, we have conservancies. It's actually the land of the locals who live there, but they cut off or they demarcate a certain piece of land. And usually it's a community. There's a community that lives there, and they come to this agreement that they are going to allow somebody to use that land for purposes of it being a conservancy.
Now I get it. Because in my head I was thinking that perhaps what they want to do is give people land randomly. You do whatever.
Easy 50 by 70 or by 40 or by 80.
Easy tracts of land.
2,000 plus hectares. That's a lot of land. Okay. The designation is specific. The purpose for which it's going to be used, specific.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now we know. You can check more information by the way if you'd like to be. If you're interested in these kinds of things, check out page 3 of the Standard newspaper.
By the way, when such a thing is being published in the papers, it probably means they already have somebody who's interested in doing exactly that.
Yeah.
Yes. So they're just informing you.
Okay.
Yes.
Because they're saying notice of intention to allocate land. So that means, actually, if you put it that way, so wanasema okay, before tupatie city kwa mfano,
let's go through the due process so that when it is handed over to you,
let the public participate. Now this is public participation.
All the T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted.
So this is part of public participation where people who are from Taita Taveta or even outside, you can come and say, ngoja kidogo, mtaka kupatia nani tena? Hiyo shamba mkipeana wajenge lodge, you see what has happened nini tafanyika hapa. Okay, so got it. Still on page 3.
You got it, eh?
Yeah man, now I got it. Sasa mtu akiniuliza huko hivyo mali nakuanga nikiwatch ball ndo mwambia now let me tell you what happens, and I'll look very clever. Murkomen says that police stations to be upgraded.
From what to what?
Good questions. So police plans are underway to construct decent police stations across the country. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has revealed.
It's a good thing.
Have you been to, I don't know, in your area where you live, have you visited the police stations, police station around that place lately?
Lately?
Yeah.
Lately I haven't been. Wait. Where I live in Nairobi or where Shags?
Whether in Shags, Nairobi.
Nairobi.
Police stations. The reason we kuuliza even kwa sababu police stations.
Yes, I have last year. Yes, I went to the police station.
Okay. Let's get into the news for a minute, and then when we return, of course, we shall be telling you what is happening from 7 in the a.m. Remember, you can find us at Radio Generation across all platforms. 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa.
It's 7 o'clock.
Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya National Union of Teachers has urged the government to strengthen security measures for teachers in Mandera County. This follows a hotel blast over the weekend that left 3 teachers critically injured. NAT Vice Chairman in Mandera County, Agri Namisi, said the teachers remain in hospital for treatment. According to a police report filed at Mandera Police Station, the grenade attack occurred at around 6:40 p.m. on Saturday at Jakei Hotel located in Kona B area of Mandera East Sub-County.
Wenye wameumia wako kwa ICU and therefore they require specialized treatment. So I call upon the Republic of Kenya, the Ministry of Health, and more so the teachers' medical scheme, AON Minet, to move with speed to save the lives of this teacher.
Police have arrested 2 suspects for allegedly possessing elephant tusks in Samburu Central. NPS officers from Samburu Central collaborated with Kenya Wildlife Service officers during the arrest. They arrested the 2 suspects in Mararal town on Sunday after they were allegedly found to be in possession of 7 pieces of elephant tusks. The elephant tusks were weighing approximately 11.33 kilograms with an estimated street value of 1.1 million Kenya shillings, which were concealed inside a bag. President William Ruto has urged young Kenyans to register as voters in large numbers ahead of the 2027 general election, saying their participation will determine the nation's future. Speaking during a Sunday service at St. Mary's AIPCA Church in Kathelwa, Meru County, the president challenged the youth to elect leaders based on vision and performance, not rhetoric. Ruto cautioned politicians against premature campaigns, insisting that the focus should remain on service delivery.
Mimi nawauliza wananchi wote wachukue kura, si ndio? Vijana wetu muko na nafasi ya kuchukua kura ndio muamue uongozi wa taifa letu tukienda mbele. Lakini mjue hivi, hiyo kura ni 2027. Ama mnafikiri kura ni gani? Si ni 2027? Tuko 2020 what? Saa hii tuko 20? Sasa sikizeni. Na hiyo kura itafanywa siku moja, sio 2, sio siku 3, sio wiki moja, itafanywa siku ngapi? Sasa sikizeni. Ndio hii Kenya imehangaika siku mingi. Kwa sababu kuna watu hawana kazi nyingine ya kufanya. Kazi yao ni siasa asubuhi mpaka jioni. Jumatatu mpaka Jumapili. Mwezi baada ya mwingine. Januari mpaka Disemba.
The Pharmacy and Poisons Board has dismissed social media reports claiming it plans to block over 21,000 medical products from entering Kenya. In a statement on Sunday, the regulator termed the allegations false and misleading, saying they were intended to cause unwanted public alarm. PPB assured Kenyans that there is no blockade of medicines and that the availability and quality of medical products in the country remains stable. US President Donald Trump has urged everyone involved in efforts to end the Gaza war to move fast. This as mediators are set to meet in Egypt today for indirect peace talks between Hamas and Israel. The talks come after Hamas agreed to some parts of a 20-point US peace plan, including freeing hostages and handing over Gaza governance to Palestinian technocrats, but is seeking negotiations on other issues. Speaking to reporters earlier, Trump said he thought the hostages will start to be freed very soon. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Radio Generation indeed. It is now 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. A very good morning to you. I hope wherever you are, you're having a fantastic weekend. Oh no, Monday, sorry. And I hope you had a good weekend. Whatever happened, please leave it behind and let's focus on the future. Let me read a couple of your shout-outs hapa tukiendelea mbele. My Take 2.0, good morning. Wewe tulishaongea ukasema I need to adopt a football league team, a Kenya local league team. Sawa sawa, I'll do that. Geoffrey Mugaka, good morning. You're saying good morning Wangwana, looking forward to a great show. Festi Royals, mimi hapana, surely unataka niende nichague mkora bana. Hujachukua ID na Festi Royals na hujaregister kama voter. Festi. Okay, Festi anasema hivi, mimi hapana, surely unataka niende nichague mkora. It will only take one reasonable candidate to make me have a reason to go out, vote and protect his vote. Gotea Bazu hapo apewe majimoto. City.
Yes.
Pewa majimoto.
Bazu is who?
Wewe ndio Bazu.
Okay.
Nimeambiwa gotea Bazu hapo na apewe majimoto.
Fine, all right. What does Bazu mean?
Bazu is like big man, like boss, like the big boy. So Bazu is actually a respectable title. Bazu can be anyone. Old, young, Bazu.
Bazu. Where's this name derived from?
It could come from a lot of places. To be honest, I don't know where it came from. But ilikuwa inatumika sana na Willis Raburu na his friends. But it's a generational term.
Okay.
Just like kuna Fathe, kuna Buddha. Kitambo unakumbuka Buddha. I don't know, what did you used to call your folks, your parents in your local, in your young, when you were young, in your lingo?
Do I remember? Apart from Fathe and Mathe, I don't remember.
Okay. So kundukwanga na Fathe, Mathe, Buddha, Masa.
Buddha came later.
Yeah, Masa ni Mathe pia.
That's news to me.
Yeah. That's during my time. But Bazu ni, big boss.
Okay.
It's a boss. Bazu ni boss.
So I'm a Bazu.
Yeah, we ni Bazu. So first amesema he's not intending to vote. He hasn't registered as a voter. What would you tell Festi?
All right. If you don't vote, don't complain. Don't.
Festi is a very huge he likes he has very strong opinions on matters politics.
Well, I'm telling him,
especially on our show.
If he doesn't want to vote, then let it be accompanied by his not complaining about anything. Yes, because the thing that votes do, among other things, it helps bring about change. And if you don't vote, then the opportunity to bring about that change, he may argue and say, but even if I don't vote, I'll bring change. Yes, you will, but there'll be unintended. You see, both voting and not voting are deliberate.
Yeah.
Okay. When you vote, it means you have opted to actually participate in electing someone. If you don't vote, you've opted out of that particular participation. That's what you've done.
Yeah. And actually, by opting out, you have actually participated.
I see.
Because if you don't vote, then the person that you would have supported, had you made a choice, probably. Because the reason you're not voting is because you do not believe in the current leadership or the one that you've been offered, yeah? And by not voting, that means kuna mtu mwenye umenyima kura mwenye angepata hiyo kura, maybe angesaidika afike pale mbele asaidie wa Kenya ama asaidie watu wa locality yako.
We need to hear some fresh reason, some new reason. The truth is this.
Right.
If you don't want to vote, it is actually your right and your choice. Yes.
Yeah, that's why no one is forced to vote.
But if we wanted to move ahead with changing the country, we should be like Australia. Voting should be compulsory.
Okay.
Yes, that is my view. It should be compulsory. So there's nothing like you can vote when you feel. No, you must vote.
Yeah.
It becomes your civic duty. Yes.
Aya, kuna Michael Olani anasema good morning team, one Kanyakla. I don't know what one Kanyakla means. Tuko pamoja.
Not one Kanyakla, it's not one Kanyakla, one Kanyakla.
Okay. Oh, one Kanyakla.
Yes.
Mimi ningejuaje?
Ungejua. One Kanyakla.
One Kanyakla. All right. God, nimekuelewa, nimepata hiyo. Sasa acha nisome nyingine. Soldier Boy amesema, "Hey City Muga, good morning. Tuned late but shall we?" Of course. With love from Atlanta. Soldier Boy watching from Atlanta, Georgia.
Sana brother.
Luis Rudasingwa, good morning team. Well, Luis, good morning to you too. The Kikombe amesema checked in from Phuket. The H is silent. All right. So 1 billion equals to 10,000 days shopping. Equals to 27 years buying a pair of shoes worth 100K daily.
What's that?
Focus Kenya. He's talking about the worth of 1 billion. So the womb did not fertilize itself. Donge. Yes, indeed, Kikombe. I get you. So he's saying that 1 billion equals to 10,000 days of shopping, 27 years buying a pair of shoe worth 100K daily. So he's more or less helping us visualize what 1 billion is worth. So kisikianga 1 billion imepotea huku Kenya, ama ijaonekana ma some random ghost school has been given a bill, or rather ghost schools have received over 1 billion shillings. He's helping us visualize that 1 billion. Okay. You asking something?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
It's just that I get befuddled. Million I understand. Billion
is the mob. 1 billion is 1,000 million. Or 1,001,000.
But 9 zeros.
9 zeros need a mob. If you consider what you can do with 1,000 bob, consider what you can do with 1 million bob.
No, let's start with what you can do with 100 bob, please.
Yes. Then I'll keep on adding zeros until you get to 1 billion.
Yes.
So that you can understand when they tell you 1 billion has been embezzled, wasted, lost, stolen, you can understand what exactly it is they have stolen. It's not just 1 billion. It is the potential of that 1 billion that they have taken away. Aya, Nyaboke anasema, hello Munga'la and City. Hebu tell City to say Shushina from the seashore.
Shushina from the seashore.
I don't know what they were expecting.
No. This fellow thought that my mother tongue was going to give me an assist.
So ukisema Shushina from the seashore.
Ndiyo alikuwa anatarajia. Pole.
All right, thank you very much Nyaboke. Kuna Eunice Kioko amesema Massachusetts tunasema people need to vote. So Eunice, have you registered? Number one, the people around you, have they registered? Your siblings, your children, your I don't know, friends, have they registered and are they planning? Do they even know the direction they are going to vote? Na kama ni Massachusetts, tunajua huko hivyo predominantly Wiper. So I don't know. Massachusetts. Masako is predominantly a Wiper region, but it's also the hometown of Chap Maendeleo Chap. That is CS Alfred Mutua's party. Yeah, hiyo ndio chama alishinda nayo kiti ya ugavana for the first time alienda na Wiper. Then immediately after ameingia hivi akasema sitaki kuwa kwa Wiper, akafungua chama chake akakiita Maendeleo Chap. Then his second term he actually rode on the Chap ticket. He won the seat. And I think there are a few MPs also in Chap Chap from Machakos County. I'm not sure, but I think they are. Eunice Kioko amesema, my clan is all geared. Mimi been voting since 1997. Good stuff. City, how long have you been voting? Since which year?
The first time I voted was, I think, 97.
You also first vote was in 97?
I never used to vote.
Because?
I was exercising my rights.
Oh, okay.
So when people talk about exercising their rights, I'm not talking about something that I imagine.
It is something you've exercised.
Something I did. Okay. And I understand the futility of it.
I almost didn't vote in 2017.
Why?
I almost didn't vote.
Why?
Because I was tired of what I kept on seeing after every voting cycle. The first time I voted was in 2007, after the PV, or rather the election that led to the PV.
2007 then.
Yes, that's the first time I voted. And I voted again, of course, in 2013. Actually, on the day I voted, is the day my daughter was born, firstborn. Then I voted again in 2017, but I almost didn't vote in 2017. Just almost. Yeah. Then 2022, I did my thing.
You know the thing about this thing we call a democracy. There is the understanding of democracy as it was presented to us. But then there's also the issue of understanding democracy and how we realize it and the reality of democracy for us.
Yes.
Every time our relatives in the West talk about strong men in Africa, you see, they are being, a little economic with the truth. And the reason is this. If you look at Europe in all the years that it was just one war after another with each other.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
You know these principalities, Monaco, the another one called Liechtenstein, Germany, Italy were not any different. All these things that we refer to as towns, they were kingdoms. Okay?
Yes.
And they took strong men. Okay? There's a guy called Otto von Bismarck. Otto von Bismarck knocked people's heads together. And then who stopped all these warring factions and made what we now have as a unified Germany. Okay? He was a Prussian. In those early days, you talk about the 1800s and the years before then, Prussia was like a country on its own. Okay? Now, if you look at Italy, there's a guy called Garibaldi. Did the same thing. If you go back in history, even England, all these areas, whether it was Anglia, whether it was where Northumberland, these were two kingdoms. It took one strong person to bring these people together. Okay? He wasn't being democratic about it. He simply wanted to end the chaos.
Yes.
Once the chaos ended, then it was possible to formulate all these things that now later
became democracy.
Yes. So when they say, oh, strong men of Africa, go easy on it, guys, because to be honest, just read your own history. Okay? We are grappling with this democracy. It was brought to us and trying to figure out how it
fits in.
Yes, and what to do with it and how we can relate to it realistically. Okay? They found ways of making their democracy work for them in the way that they're doing it. We need to do that with ours because someone else's democracy will not work for us the way we want it to work.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you hear people saying, Museveni is a dictator, look, Uganda was in turmoil. Okay, it's not complicated. Okay, but it's Ugandans who keep voting. If Ugandans have a problem, we will know.
Yeah.
Kagame, man, Rwanda was in shambles.
Yeah.
So what was he supposed to do?
He came in and he brought some semblance of peace.
Yes, stability. The country is actually moving forward. You just need to go there. Now, a lot of things happen when these changes come about. By the way, a lot of people die in the process. But it isn't as though we invented the things that happen, because there are people who will always be opposed to someone taking charge. All I'm saying is this: people should be held to account. But we must also look at these histories realistically, okay? Not from a revised, roomy, dark lens where you only focus on what you think suits your purpose. No. There's a path that people follow to get to where they are. Yes.
Okay. I agree. Because sometimes, and we like complaining, especially when we are outside the situation. And when I say we, I mean human beings. They will always complain about a situation, but until you're there, talk to the people there. Because I'm positive that if we were to get into Uganda, for instance, where from outside Nashinanga to say, hey, Museveni has been there forever, chances are when you get into that country and talk to the people in that country, you'll get a good number who are telling you things are good as they are.
Yeah.
Actually, I wouldn't want it any other way.
Let me tell you, you're talking about this in Europe. There was a country called Yugoslavia. Tito
yep.
unified it. When Tito died, what happened? Hey, my goodness.
Yeah.
Croatia, Slovenia. Atrocities that took place. Remember, those problems had been there. That's what he quelled. Looking at human nature and the way it is, and the way we go about our business and the way we hold grudges and then we then create vendettas, it requires somebody who is fairly firm to put an end to some of these things.
Yeah.
Yes. Laws are not made because humans are wonderful people. Laws are made with the anticipation that people will want to break them. Laws are made with the understanding that there has to be something that we all agree on. It's called a pact. In the absence of that pact, laws don't work.
True.
Because then everybody just creates their own laws, and then that's how you have anarchy. And with that, you have chaos.
I've met a lot of Rwandese nationals in Kenya, and not a single one have I met who's like, hey, bana, hey, Kagame, bana, hey, bad news. They will talk about the laws in their country. They'll talk about how things are strict there. You honestly can't speak against the government. When you do, you'll be in trouble. But aside from that, sijapata mtu moja akisema ati if only that guy can go. And I'm like, no, he's a good guy. He has actually helped us a lot. If it were not for him, right now Rwanda would have been a very bad place. And I'm talking about meeting them here, independent of maybe ears and eyes from their country. And they tell you, vitu ziko sawa venye ziko. Actually, we wouldn't want it any other way. And I'm like, wow. So sisi hapa nje, we might be looking at Kagame and be like, hey, that guy, bana, he's not allowing even dissenting voices in his country. But people actually love him.
That may be so. But one of the things about Rwanda, I've been to Kigali.
Yes.
That place is safe like a nonsense. You can walk at any time. Look, there is nothing like a perfect government. All governments are a work in progress. All. Okay?
Yep.
So, once you understand that, then you'll understand that this is where certain countries are at present. The understanding is that they'll move and get to a different place over time. But that different place over time requires stability, my friend. The people will tell me, no, it can't be that. See, it's good to theorize about this perfect situation. The problem is it doesn't exist. It's always a work in progress.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aye. That is as far as... Oh, before I forget, Burkina Faso, currently being ruled by Captain Traore, their president. And I have watched a couple of YouTube videos. There are some people who've gone there, influencers, even people who they hold political podcasts, and they've actually gone to Burkina Faso. And when they speak to the locals, man, people love that guy. They love Captain Traore. Speak good things about him. There's now one specific video I saw of unaona ile barabara ya kwenda State House. Sasa kama hapa Kenya, acha tuchukue mfano wa
hapa kule Nairobi State House Road.
Ama tuchukue hata processional way.
Sawa.
Kuna watu pale, unaona mali processional way inaanza ndio uende towards State House. Kuna watu wanalala hapo kila usiku to protect, and I'm putting it in quotes because they're just normal civilians, they're not armed, local guys, boda guys, watu wa vinyonzi wanakapo the whole night. Then in the morning they leave. Tomorrow kuna wengine wanakuja ku take over the shift, wanakaa hapo tu. And when they are asked, what are you doing here? And of course you can see the State House in the background. They say they're here to protect their president because they do not want anyone, and when I say anyone, they mean the Western world, to interfere with the affairs of their country, and they're here to ensure that no one will get to State House. If you want to get to State House, you'll have to go through them. And when you look at these folks, some of them they vary in terms of age, from as young as maybe people in their early teens or rather late teens, all the way to their 60s, and then they sit there the whole night, and there's a huge this light nitangwa aje, floodlight kopo juu inawamulika chini na wamechill tu hapo having conversations. You can see watu wanakuja kuwauzia njugu, watu wa smoky mayai wanakuja hapo wanawauzia, and it's not a huge number. It's probably about 50 folks just sit there, and you can see cops sort of like protecting them also. So there are some cops around them with a few rifles here and there, and they're asked, what are you doing here? They're like, we are here to protect our president. And I'm like, wow, that is another level. I don't know what to call it. I wouldn't call it psychopathy, of course. Do I call it loyalty? I don't know. Maybe.
There are countries that have borne the brunt of colonialism.
Yes.
Far worse than many others. And it's unfortunate, but if you look at DRC,
Yeah.
one of the problems that DRC had, and which is different from DRC was a colony of Belgium. If you look at other colonialists like the French and the English, they didn't just leave abruptly at independence.
Yes.
It was spaced out. Okay? There was almost a handing over process. But that is mostly so in countries where the English were the colonizers. The French never really let go. Because their idea of assimilation was that you essentially are a citizen. Your country is a province of France.
Yeah.
So your central bank is in Paris. Before they formed their own parliaments,
Yes.
those early leaders at independence would go to Paris to attend parliament
Really?
to represent their province. Yes.
Akina.
Bonyi. Yes. All those.
Now I wanted to compare it with our own Kenyans. Yeah. So akina Paul Ngei walikuwa nenda kuketi huko France.
No. As that did happen.
No, I'm just saying. I'm giving an example.
For example, yes, that's what
yes,
you do.
Yes.
When parliament is in session, unaenda huko.
Akina Ochieng Neko walikuwa nenda huko.
Uende uongee huko ndio urudi kwenu. But you see,
That is proper control, eh?
yes, it is. They called it assimilation. Now, and the understanding was that so long as the leadership at that particular point in time agreed with these policies, essentially, and they were happy because they were citizens of France, and they had homes in France, and
Now these are the leaders.
yes,
Okay.
but also remember, part of the reason why you will find very many West Africans in France is because of that same reason. People could go to study and they would stay there over time. So
Okay.
over the years, very many people went to France, and many of them saw themselves as Frenchmen. Okay. Now, the fellows who colonized us were smarter. They formed something called a Commonwealth, where everybody who had been colonized becomes a member.
Yes. The Commonwealth.
Yes, and there are some who never really got independence, like New Zealand never got independence. The head of state is the king.
Canada,
Australia, you see?
Jamaica.
Yes, but it's the choice. You see, that is a clever way of never actually losing tabs and control of the people who you once colonized. Okay, it's clever, but their way of doing things was different in the sense that this idea of a chief that we now have, it was not an African concoction. It was theirs. You use Africans to control other Africans, and the boss is a bit removed.
Yeah.
So the person who actually causes the most offense
Yeah.
is your own person. It is for that reason that you found that even during the Mau Mau struggle, the people who died the most were locals. I think I told of something like 6
Yeah.
settlers who were killed. But you're talking about the hundreds.
Yes.
They were locals. Some were considered to be informers. Some were considered to be loyalists to the state, the people they called home guards and so forth.
Kama huku Kenya, the cops were called home guard.
Yes. The training and the curriculum that they had was intended to subjugate the local Kenyan African.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is the problem that we've had when every time we refer to the police and people keep saying the curriculum needs to be changed.
Yep.
Because the way it was formulated specifically
Right.
with the African in mind. And what they had in mind was this fellow must be kept in check, and this fellow must toe the line, and he must behave, and he must do what he's told. It is for that reason that you find,
Yeah.
even when members of the police force tells you when I was born, or the police service
Yes.
talk to you, the conversation used to be one-sided. If you notice, a lot of that conversation has changed nowadays. They actually talk to you fairly politely. They even greet you and tell you, "Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Could I please see your license?" Before, it starts with the where. They will talk. That's a conversation. So,
Yeah.
people come a long way when it comes to finding their own niche and finding a way that makes them feel that they're actually forging their own way and figuring out what's good for them. All these things we see happening even now. Well, that's us figuring and forging our way forward.
Yeah. I was just looking at Jamaica. The Governor General of Jamaica is the representative of the Jamaican monarch, currently King Charles III in Jamaica. The Governor General is appointed by the monarch on the recommendation of the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and the functions of the Governor General include appointing ministers, judges and ambassadors, giving royal assent to legislation passed by Parliament, issuing writs for election. So in general, the Governor General observes the conventions of the Westminster system and responsible government, maintaining political neutrality and acting solely on the advice of the Prime Minister.
Same thing that happens in the UK.
Yeah.
And coronation day and things like the Queen's birthday and so forth, or the celebrate is a big thing.
Yeah. Uko.
It's a big thing.
Yes.
That's the head of state, Chief.
So the current Governor General of Jamdown or Jamaica is Sir Patrick Linton Allen, and he's a Jamaican statesman and former Seventh-day Adventist pastor who has served as the 6th and current Governor General of Jamaica since 2009. Now, other countries that have got something similar, of course, the Commonwealth, like we said, we have a couple of countries here. I'll just read a few. We have Antigua and Barbuda.
Bermuda.
It's actually written Barbuda, yani Ba na Buddha. Yeah, so Antigua and Barbuda. In Australia, of course, Bahamas, Belize, Canada, Grenada, Jamaica, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Solomon Islands, Tuvalu, and of course, the United Kingdom. Hao ndio sasa wako under King Charles III. Hiyo mbogi yote tumesoma hapo. Barbados walijitoa juzi. Yes.
They have a prime minister, lady prime minister, who is fairly vocal.
She is actually. And if you get to watch her on, again, the only place I get to watch her is on YouTube. She has very strong opinions on matters international relations.
Well, if you're talking about strong opinions from a lady, you need to go to Namibia.
Oh yes, I saw their president. Yes, was it yesterday or on Saturday? The president is female, vice president is female, speaker female, majority leader in parliament female, and many other. I remember she was mentioned.
Friend, cabinet 57% female.
Yes.
You?
And I'm happy for them. I'd like to see them, prove to the world that indeed majority female leadership is a good thing, because there are some places where they tend to believe they don't even need a single female leader. Huko jaribu kuongea unasema nini wewe? Potea.
Rwanda and Uganda,
yes,
moved in that direction. They're not quite where Namibia is now, but they've had a very fair representation of ladies in their cabinet and in their parliament. Yes.
Again, we have
like,
said
for
it's a good
instance,
thing. Yep.
Who is the vice president of Uganda? Do you know?
Who's the what?
Vice president.
No. I don't know him.
What makes you think it's a him?
Because I'm assuming.
See?
Assuming they are naturally hymns. They are naturally men. Yeah. Conventionally speaking, anyway.
Conventionally speaking. Remember, when it comes to representation and the right of women to vote, we're ahead of many of these so-called developing countries. If you look at the time we got our independence,
yes,
right from independence, women could vote. Right from independence. Many of these countries, it took decades. Some, it took a century or two before women could vote. There was a time in this country when the laws did not permit women to actually, you could open a bank account, but you couldn't get a loan unless, a loan with your salary.
Yes.
Until your husband said so.
Yeah.
Your husband had to sort of sign off on it.
But why did we have such, and I'm sure these are logical. If we actually get down to just dissect the issue, there's probably a logical reason as to why. But it was logical at that time. I don't think it's logical in 2025. Why was it like that? I don't think
so. Remember the banks that we're speaking of what we now call KCB was called National National and Greenless Bank.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Before it became KCB. We had Standard Chartered.
Na KCB ilikuwanga ya gava kitambo.
No,
fully owned.
There was no KCB.
You say your green whatever.
Greenless.
Yeah.
Became KCB.
But also, actually, wait a minute. Kenya Commercial Bank, as it is, of course, they rebranded and had new logos, but the lion still remained. KCB was a government bank,
KCB,
or rather owned by Gava.
Majority ownership of KCB was. KCB has a long history. It's over 100 years old.
Yes, but was it owned by Gava? I think it was.
It is a publicly listed company. People own shares of it. The government was a majority shareholder. Yes.
Because I remember growing up, I think their vehicles had blue number plates. The same way like Nairobi school, basi zetu ziko na blue number plates.
Yes.
National Bank, because my dad worked there for 17 years. I remember even the vehicles, sometimes when he was dropped home by company vehicles, they had blue number plates. So National Bank, Kenya Commercial Bank, those were Gava banks. Yep. They were
not government banks. They were banks that was whose shareholding, the majority shareholding was by the government. Okay. They were not government banks. We do not have government banks in this country.
But we did have them.
No, we did not.
National Bank ilikuwa ya Gava.
You know, when the government has a majority shareholding,
right,
it doesn't make it their bank. No, it's like the government had a majority shareholding in Kenya Airways. It was not a government airline.
When I say government bank, I mean it, because for it to have a blue number plate, their vehicles rather to have blue number plates, that means it was a parastatal. And a parastatal is a government entity.
Paul, why don't you talk to your phone and ask your phone? Because you usually ask your phone when you're stuck.
Let me ask it. Today I'll ask the computer. Was Kenya Commercial Bank owned by the government of Kenya? Chatuone. All right, so this is what the computer is telling me. Yes, so yes, the Kenya Commercial Bank (KCB) was initially fully owned by the government of Kenya, which took full control in 1970 and renamed the bank according to paukwa.com. Although the government has since reduced its shareholding through privatizations and other means. So yes, it was actually owned by serikali ya Kenya.
National Bank?
Sorry? The National Bank.
Ask.
Okay. Was the National Bank of Kenya owned by the government of Kenya? Yes. The National Bank of Kenya, that is NBK, was originally a wholly owned government institution incorporated in 1968 to provide credit and economic control for Kenyans after independence. However, the Kenyan government gradually reduced its shareholding over time, eventually selling its stake to KCB Group in 2019, or as early as 2019, and most recently to Access Bank in 2025. This year? Wow. Yes. So, there we go.
And what about Cooperative Bank?
Hiyo sasa ni Gava. Cooperative Bank ni Gava 100%.
Ask your computer again.
Is the Cooperative Bank of Kenya owned by the Kenya government? No. Okay, so no, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya is not owned by the Kenya government. It is primarily owned by the cooperative movement through Co-op Holdings Cooperative Society Limited, which holds a majority stake of 65% or more. The remaining shares are held by other individual and institutional investors through the Nairobi Securities Exchange. But it was owned by the government of Kenya at one point, right? See, it was a government institution, no? Let me ask it again.
It wasn't. It was owned by.
Is the cooperative? You've killed my train of thought. Let me try that again. Was the Cooperative Bank of Kenya owned by the government of Kenya at one time? Okay, no. Yeah. You're right. So no, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya has never been owned by the government. Actually, it says that no, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya was not at any point owned by the government of Kenya. It was founded in 1965 by cooperative societies and unions and is still a majority-owned cooperative. However, the government did provide an interest-free loan to help the bank get started, according to the Cooperative Bank of Kenya website. Okay, so there we have it. I thought Cooperative Bank is 150% gava.
Sorry, it's not.
Yeah.
See?
Leo nimejua.
Don't worry, you're not the only one who thinks that way. That's the beauty of looking into these things.
Yes.
Confirm what is true and what isn't. The vice president
Yes.
of Uganda
Right.
is called Jessica Rose Epel Alupo.
Jessica Rose Epel Alupo.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she has been the vice president of Uganda since 2021. She was an educator, formerly a military officer. So Uganda has a female vice president.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good for them. And I know they have a lot of female ministers as well.
Oh, they do. That they do.
Michael Olanda ametuambia KCB sold shares to public in 1996. Thank you, Michael, for that. He also says, how are the plans to register for those in diaspora? Good question. Mohamed Murunga, Lee Kun Yew was called a strongman, yet he made Singapore what it is today, a first world. Siti anapendanga ku refer a lot to Lee Kuan Yew in our conversations here. And I mean, I got a chance to read a little bit about this guy. Watched a few videos also online about him. And he said he didn't have friends. And he said he didn't have need for friends. He just needed people who will deliver. Yeah, alikuwa anasema hakuna ya ubesti because ubesti inaletanga mazoeano. Because you're my friend, Sitina, I'll excuse you even for your bad deeds. If you mess around, I'll be like, but City is my friend, so talk to the judiciary, go easy on City. Msikale sana. Even nyantiki tumetokezea.
But since you brought up this gentleman in the discussion,
yes,
if you look at the country that he and his colleagues found, this piece of rock, poverty levels abysmal.
Yep.
Do you really think that they uplifted this country without some firmness and some control?
He had to be very firm, for sure.
They did. To bring about a situation where every Singaporean, whether you are of Malaysian extract, whether you're of Chinese extract, whether you're of Indian extract,
yep,
that you could actually know that you are living in a country whose leaders' first priority is your welfare.
Yep.
It took some doing. You know, I am not saying that you excuse people who rule badly and all they do with their strong arm is benefit themselves. I'm talking about people who purposely want to set their country on a straight
and narrow path.
Yes. That is especially after the country has gone through some tumultuous changes and they have had issues that require that firmness for it to be organized. Such people are rarely popular when they're going about their business, because there are people who actually benefit from the suffering of others. There are people who benefit immensely from the inequality that you find in certain societies. So when there's someone trying to bridge that particular gap, they will not be popular. They will definitely not be popular, and they will be called all manner of names.
Yeah.
Yes. And then when everything is now working, then the person is heralded and sung as though he was a hero.
Actually, I was just taking a quick look at something here online, and they say that this is Lee Kuan Yew. He was known for practicing political pragmatism in his governance of Singapore, but has been criticized for using authoritarian and heavy-handed politics. However, others argue his actions as having been necessary for the country's early development and that he was a benevolent dictator. Yeah.
Who came up with this term, benevolent dictator?
Benevolent. To be honest, I don't know.
It is a term that is used by the West when they are referring to other countries that is not their own. Again, I refer you to history. My friend,
Yes.
all these countries, for them to achieve this so-called democracy that we keep speaking about, and the democracy that they take pride in, my friend, some fairly strong individuals had come together to knock heads together. In some countries, wars were fought and people died.
Yes.
Before that thing that we refer to as democracy came into being. Yes. Human beings, by their very nature, tend to be self-centered and selfish. It is there are very few people who you could argue are altruistic. People who actually want to look after the interests of other people. Most people prefer to look after their own interest. And if you have a situation that benefits you, then it is good. The moment it doesn't benefit you, then there is no negative adjective that you will not attach to that situation.
True.
Yes.
When Idi Amin Dada alifukuza foreigners in Uganda at one point, and he let locals take over the businesses of said foreigners. The intention was good.
It was terrible.
But how it was done,
it was terrible.
Yeah.
These people that he was kicking out of the country were Ugandans. There's a gentleman right now, a socialist, who wants to be mayor of New York. It's called Mamdani. His father got a Ugandan scholarship and came to Harvard. Okay, got involved in the in the fights and in the marches and the protests of people like Martin Luther in his time. Okay, he was Ugandan. Okay, it's just a simple fact. There are people who may have come from a native country, came here for us and settled, and they became locals. This man, so long as you are black, you're not black, you're being kicked out. Your citizenship, to hell with it. The businesses that they had built were being forcibly taken.
Yeah.
How can that possibly be right? You lose everything that you actually worked for. They worked, the things they had, they worked for.
Yeah.
Because most of the Ugandans of Asian origin didn't come with wealth. No. They came to build the railway. They worked. So by the time Idi Amin was coming, you talk about a third generation
of the
the
Asians that were there initially.
Precisely. So
and
now,
these are the folk that came to build the railways.
yes.
Yeah?
So now somebody wakes up early in the morning and decides that what they're now going to do is they're going to give. Look, it's a discussion that has been had regarding Zimbabwe.
Oh yeah, President Mugabe did something similar.
You see, we had settlers here just like they did. The British government gave the Kenyan government money to buy off the settlers. So, some settlers wanted to stay, stayed. Nobody told them to leave. Those who wanted to stay, stayed. There were very many Kenyans of Asian origin who also had British citizenships. And many of them left. That Idi Amin thing scared many of them, and many of them left. I know, because the primary school I went to was predominantly Asian. Predominantly.
Okay.
And so many of the friends I had went to the UK.
Did you go to Aryavedic?
No, the school that I went to was called St. Xavier's.
Oh, okay.
When we joined, it was called Goan Union. And when I joined it in Standard 1, there were only 3 Africans in the entire school.
Oh, so you were the 4th one?
No, the 3, there was me, there's my sister, and there's a lady called Sophia Munga'la. We're 3.
Okay.
Others came later, but were not many.
All right.
Yes. I'm simply trying to say that it had far-reaching consequences. Yes.
Okay, understood.
To understand it locally, it is like the 2008 political violence that we had in the Rift Valley. You're talking about a 3rd and a 4th generation of individuals who had come from a different part of the country now living there. And someone telling you to leave. Just think of how ridiculous it is.
Yep.
And some people think it is okay, and it is not okay. It is definitely and definitively not okay.
I mean, I wouldn't. It's, even if we take it locally here, and we have seen we've seen people doing that.
That is the reason why, Paul, whenever you hear somebody who is fanning hatred and division based on the community you come from, the tribe you come from, that is a person you should not give any airtime. Because that is not just a dangerous person. That is a tinder keg. some of these things, you set it in motion. By the time you quell it, the damage that has been done is profound.
Yeah.
And for what?
Once you let out a beast,
yes,
it's very impossible
to bring it back,
contain,
to cage it, but and all that for. And that's why, when people speak and they choose a particular ethnic group and they want to lambast that group and and they want to use every negative adjective they can come across to describe that group. And I'm not talking about publicly.
Yes.
When they're talking privately on their own, that's where the vitriol comes in. And they have names and terms. When you speak, a lot of the times you don't understand. Children listen because they are there. And they carry that view with them. So somebody has a dislike for a community and you ask them, this place where you have problems with, have you ever been there? Okay? What have these people done to you that makes you think that way? They will rarely have an answer.
Yeah.
Then, but these people, it is that sort of hatred that is built over time. It's not logical anymore. It's like when you hear someone trying to justify the genocide in Gaza. Man, you hear some logic, you wonder, God Almighty. This is something that someone has said over a long period of time, to the point where it's become normal. It is the same problem that we had with apartheid.
But City, mi saa zingine nafikirianga tu shida ni leadership.
It is.
Yeah, leadership. Because sometimes I feel like they're the ones who actually propagate that whole hatred, the bad agendas and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Because unfortunately politicians will have to take sides.
You see, you can take sides without necessarily being acidic about it. Okay?
Or being an idiot.
Yes, because, in all honesty, if you don't like someone, you don't like the way they think, well, yes, but it doesn't make them a bad person. Your views and theirs just happens to differ. When you hear someone begin to make statements, these people are entitled. Who isn't? Tell me who isn't. Every other person you know of, when they go to the rural areas and they've come from town, they go with an air of entitlement. People tend to be entitled. That's what because they actually think and feel that they're better, especially if somebody has gone to school, has a little education, has a good job. They feel they're better. You may be economically better during that season, but none of these things last forever. There are things that actually prevent us from looking at the real issues and discussing them and finding a solution. And one of the things is when you already predetermined what certain people are to you, you've already created a wall that will prevent you from actually looking at the issues that you should be discussing and issues that should make this country go forward. Because you're busy looking at people as things and items as opposed to human beings.
Kubaliana 100%. My take 2.0 anasema, I think at some point a country requires some form of forcefulness in implementing something. I don't want to call it dictatorship because in a country like Kenya people are very litigious. Kenson Mugolo anasema, Wise Man City, I like the show. Yes indeed, this is what we do every single morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Meiteka ameendelea kusema, because you try to implement even something everyone can see is good, but someone runs to court then it is blocked. But hiyo sura kukimbia kotini saa zingine mimi niko sawa nayo, because if we do something that doesn't align with our laws and our constitution, even if it's a good thing, we go back so that we can do it right. Yeah. If something didn't go through public participation, even if it is okay, tusiache tu ipite, because someone would always come back and say, but si tulifanya ile nyingine bila public participation, so why are we doing it in this particular one? So if we have to go to court to make things right, then I am all for that.
This thing called the new 2010 Constitution, the making of it and the internalizing of it is what somebody is calling litigious.
Yeah.
People have understood you can go to court, so they go to court. They've understood you can challenge things in court, so they challenge things in court. Yeah. This wasn't always the case, but now it is. You disagree with a certain position the government has taken, you take the government to court. There's a time you couldn't take the government to court, primarily because all the judges had been appointed by the president.
Yes.
So you're not going to go far.
ilikuwa inadecidiwa tu hapo
bro.
If they had a WhatsApp group, it would have been decided in the WhatsApp group.
Huyu mtu ambaye analeta kinyang'anyiro tumfanye nini?
Chief Justice anasema tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi.
And brother, you're done for. And that is why when you find individuals who during that particular period of time,
yes,
were actually opposing the government, it isn't like now. It was a single party state and they were opposing that state.
Yeah.
And you know the consequences were dire. Really dire. Die as in you could die.
Yeah.
Die as in you could be detained and you could even be forgotten that you were detained. Die because you could be jailed.
Yeah.
Forget I'm not even mentioning the beating that you'd receive. And you're beaten as though you deserve to be beaten. And all you're saying is, guys, you know, this thing is wrong.
Yeah.
So when we find ourselves where we now talk, that is why when young people are killed, we can say, young people have been killed, we mention them by name. There's a time you couldn't even dare. Now, progress must be seen for what it is. And we have made significant progress.
Yeah.
Because we live here, we take it for granted. Talk to our neighbors.
Tanzania, Uganda.
All. Go even to
DRC, Rwanda,
go
Burundi.
To Burundi, go to Somalia, you just go to South Sudan. Ask them. There are things that we take for granted because we have them. And because we take them for granted, we forget the struggle that it took to get us where we are.
Yes.
And yet, some people think we've arrived. Actually, we haven't. We've actually just embarked on that journey. We haven't arrived yet.
Yeah.
No, we haven't. And one of the things that I'm hoping I will see in this next election.
Yes. 2027?
Yes, is that the voter will refuse to be bribed. If the voter refuses to be bribed, the sting that brings about people going in because they have more money will have been eliminated. You will actually have to convince people that you know what you want to do and you have a plan. And your plan is not telling us how these other leaders are useless, because we live here. We can see also. We don't want people telling us what we know and what we can see.
Yeah, we can see for ourselves.
So very clearly. All of us come from areas and we have leaders in those areas whom we wonder. We keep asking, who elected this person? We are looking for people who will tell us how they plan to provide solutions for all these problems that we're talking about. And tell us realistically, this we can do within the first year. This cannot be done except in 3 years' time. This, unfortunately, the next president may have to deal with this one, but we will start it anyway. An honest conversation.
And we always talk about honest conversations, by the way.
Yes.
Of having them, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, so the question is, are we going to have honest conversations? Ama namna gani? And I asked you earlier on, by the way, guys, have you taken up your IDs? Have you registered to vote? Watu wanasema ndio wameregister, wengine wanasema ati if there is one thing that we will need to be serious about is kusema na kutenda. Hiyo tu mimi ndio niko na shida nayo na Wakenya wenzangu. Kusema tu na kutenda. We are very good online. Like right now, I see a couple of hashtags trending. For instance, let me see. Kuna JKI is trending because of the expose that was done by Standard Group on the whole issue of drugs. So that one is a story that is unfolding, and every single day things are just coming to the fore. Then there's another one trending here. Hashtag Gachagua kills opposition.
How surely?
Mi nakwambia we are very good at trends, eh? Then there's another one here. Kalonzo Musyoka is also trending. And actually Kalonzo and Gachagua are going hand in hand. So if you open, because I've opened the Kalonzo one, you can see it's Kalonzo Gachagua. If you open the Gachagua one, you're seeing Kalonzo and Gachagua. So I don't know. Kuna watu of course wamelipwa wa trendisha hizi vitu na tunajua hivyo ndipo kuna kuanga Kenya. But at the end of the day, folks, don't just be online warriors. Let's be physical warriors as well. I was asking you, have you registered? You can let me know via our social media spaces, and we'll definitely give you a shout out. Right now, though, here's the news.
It's 8 o'clock.
Sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Narok County government has ordered the closure of all hotels in Kilgoris town and has banned food hawking in all of Narok County following a cholera outbreak. The outbreak has so far claimed 4 lives, with at least 20 other people receiving treatment. The county's health chief officer, Lucy Kashu, said the town is among the 3 wards in Transmara West and South sub-counties that have been hard hit by the disease. 31 cases of the disease have been reported in Kilgoris, Shankoi, and Lorgorian wards.
Tunaendelea kuhimiza community zetu kwa hizo wodi 3 waendelee kuimarisha afya katika jamii zao kwa kubaki wasafi wakati wowote, kunawa mikono, na hata wakiwa wagonjwa waweze kwenda hospitali ili waweze kupata matibabu.
A section of human rights defenders in Mombasa are demanding the release of their fellow activists who were allegedly abducted and detained in Uganda last week. The activists Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo were reportedly seized in Kampala by men believed to be Ugandan security agents. Human rights defenders expressed concerns over their whereabouts and called for immediate diplomatic intervention from both the Kenyan government and regional human rights bodies urgently intervene over the matter.
We issued this urgent and firm statement demanding the immediate and unconditional release of Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo, 2 Kenyan citizens and human rights defenders who have been abducted and lawfully detained and held in Ugandan military facility.
Kenyan government through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs takes immediate diplomatic action and formally demands their release. Number 3, that Ugandan authorities stop targeting foreign activists.
Kenya's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has called on Ugandan authorities urgently intervene over the matter. The government will hire 24,000 new teachers by January 2026 as part of efforts to address the shortage of teachers in public schools. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba announced on Sunday. Speaking during World Teachers' Day celebration at Moe International Sports Center, Ogamba said the recruitment will raise the total number of teachers employed over the past 3 years to 100,000. He also pledged to improve the general welfare of teachers, including ensuring fair promotions and continuous professional development for tutors across the country.
The government has provided to TSC a total of 950 million Kenya shillings for retooling teachers in this financial year. Additionally, and working with the Teacher Service Commission and our partners, we are expanding continuous professional development, improving working conditions and staffing policies, providing better teaching and learning resources, and enhancing the welfare and motivation of teachers.
The government will today roll out nationwide grassroots leaders sensitization forums for national youth opportunities towards advancement project in all 47 counties. The move follows a directive by President William Ruto, who ordered all principal secretaries to spearhead the youth initiative. According to the Ministry of Cooperatives, the forums are part of a whole-of-government approach designed to ensure inclusivity and transparency in implementing the Nyota program. The sensitization forums will be held simultaneously across all counties starting at 9 a.m. Rescue efforts are underway in the remote Tibetan slopes of Mount Everest, where a snowstorm has trapped nearly 1,000 people in campsites in eastern side of the mountain. Hundreds of local villagers and rescue teams have been deployed to clear out snow blocking access to the area, which sits at an altitude of more than 4,900 meters. According to local media, about 350 people have been rescued and guided to safety to the small township of Kudan town. The Reuters news agency said heavy snowfall began on Friday evening and has intensified on the eastern slopes of Mount Everest in Tibet. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Munga'la Mbuvi. Joining us this particular morning, we do have Honorable Robert Alai. He is the MCA Kileleshwa Ward. City Muga hapo kwa studio pia. City, a lot of good conversations and umepata masalamu nyingi sana kutoka watu kwenye mtandao. Sasa hizo mazote. So wasalimie kwa jumla.
Thank you very much for the salams. Okay, ni salamu nyingi pia.
Aya. Mheshimiwa, a very good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Mimi niko salama sana.
Salamu is a very negative word in Kenya now. So
really?
Salimiwa.
Usijali.
I thought I was scared for city.
No, amepokea salamu mzuri.
Salamu mzuri.
Salamu mzuri.
Ai, amesalimiwa.
Yeah. No, watu wanampenda hapa. Na wenye wanataka kumsalimia personally wanajua mahali watampata tu.
City, if you want to know that you are impactful,
yes,
don't look for the love. Usipendwe. Just be you. You know, I read Philip Ochieng one time when I was growing up, and Philip Ochieng wrote a very interesting bit in column yake Sunday Nation, and he said that the role of a journalist, you know, that one is I was Form 1, Form 2. The role of a journalist is to inform people. And so whether you receive it negatively or positively, that is on you.
Yes.
Yeah. So nakumbuka hiyo sana.
Yeah, but now that you've brought that up, let me ask you, how do you take the very hard-hitting comments you get online?
You know, I take it as stride. You know, me, I've grown through the space of social media, and you know, when I was growing up when I was taking up the ICT course, because you know I'm a trained IT professional, and when I took up my first course in IT, we were taught by professors, and there was no social media. Basically, what was close to social media was a Yahoo Messenger, and this professor, you remember, had the World Bank program at the Africa Virtual Universities. Introductions to computers were actually taught by professors, sponsored by the World Bank, when they were introducing Africans to computers in the late 90s.
Yes.
And he taught us that, you know, when you have not met somebody and he's on the other side and you are chatting, assume that he's a dog.
Huh? You were told to assume the other person on the other side is a dog.
So nikiona mtu ananitukana nasema huyo ni mbwa mbaya, sasa huyo ni binadamu. Sasa mtu akisema vizuri I say huyo sasa ni binadamu. No, huyo sasa ni binadamu. So me, I have not minded those things.
Yes.
I take it in stride, and I think that it has helped me to also to understand the space. Yeah.
Okay. In studio we also do have the Secretary General of Safina Party, Joachim Simiyu. Joachim, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, last week tulikuwa na wewe hapa hivi. Had a very good conversation as well.
Yeah.
Karibu sana for this other one that we're going to have with Mwesh.
Thank you.
Yes. So let's get right into it. We want to focus on the 2027 campaigns versus delivering the promise. Na nitaongea with the politician in the house mwenye ako katika bunge la Nairobi. We have this thing of people always promising a lot, and when it comes to delivery, of course, inakuanga ni shida.
But they over-deliver.
No one.
I'm yet to meet someone who has over-delivered. They deliver something that they said.
Yeah.
But City has always reminded me that Mbuvi, you know, kuitisha hiyo kitu na kuipata na kufanya hiyo kazi yenye ulikuwa umeitisha, those are very different things. Yes? Is that true?
And you know, most of the time we ask for what we have never had. And you know, when we had the protests, the Gen Z protests of last year, which were being fueled by people, you know, online and offline, especially Sasa, this protest, when we had them, there's one reminder I put to the authorities,
right,
that hakuna shule ya urais. You know, William Ruto today is the president. True. And he's trying to do that work his way. There's no training for presidency. You train on the job. So also, as we have a different perspective of what an MP and MCA should or must do when he gets to office, you get inside there, you come to realize, even in the parliaments, sometimes the permanent staff are more powerful than the elected individual.
Okay.
Then you try to push this bill. You remember, this bill, if you come from a party which is maybe barely a parliamentary party, which means that they're just barely above 5%, you are struggling to get it on the schedule, even to get the drafters, even to get the legal office to help you draft a bill. You know, sometimes
why?
You know, the system is so complex that sometimes you explain to somebody outside, they don't understand.
Is it complex or is it made complex?
Is the complexity intentional?
Because
by design?
We are trying to understand, because why should a system make it very difficult for an elected individual to deliver to his people? I think it should be very easy that I'm elected to do this kind of job, and the system actually aids you in doing exactly that. So when we experience complexities, as he's saying, then it means the system is intentionally made it.
And actually, I think he was heading there. I think this is by design. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You know, and the design might not be by us. Might be our detractors, the people who want who are exploiting. You know, when there's chaos anywhere, if you go to a place and you see chaos, there's somebody benefiting from the chaos. So when you want to disrupt the chaos, there was a time I was campaigning in one of the slums when I wanted to be the MCA, and you go there and you say that, oh, nataka kutengeneza hii barabara, nataka nikiingia tu hivi. Yeah, I know this is not in my ward, but it hurts me to see that some people, because I have a lot of diaspora voters, the people who come from somewhere else to vote for me, some of these people are living in this condition. You leave that place, at night people are campaigning against you. Then you realize that there's a cartel which is surviving in that chaos, and they hate order. So that chaos, when you want to disrupt it, you must know where and who to talk to. So when we see a lot of chaos and the disorder or the sabotage within the county assemblies, because like Nairobi, the county assembly there is the second biggest of the national parliament, bigger than the Senate. Then you all find these systemic bottlenecks. But again, also you find some, like the institutions like SRC. SRC, you have the head of that assembly, is treated the same way you treat a head of assembly of Tana River, of Isiolo. You see, with more staff, more work to do. So sometimes they simply don't do the work because they are not paid extra, or the work they are paid for does not meet, because sometimes for you to ensure that an office, you get more budget allocation, but you are given the same budget the others are given, and you're expected to do much more. You are treated like one. The way we were discussing with the CS Murkomen Juzi.
Yeah.
A chief in Nairobi is the same as a chief in Nyando. Nairobi, the dynamics are different. SQ in Kileleshwa, we have a chief there's a chief in Mudangari and a chief in Kileleshwa sublocation. Those two sub chiefs are paid the same way you pay a sub chief in my village in Kobongo. You see? While upper an SQ is 30,000. So this sub chief is forced to go to some village past Ruaka.
Yeah. Yet he works here.
He works here. So actual monitoring cannot happen. So I think it's a lot of bottlenecks which are in the system, and I wish that we can surmount them by being very, reviewing. Yes.
We've heard of statements such as deep state. I think that is the cartel that controls government.
Yes.
If at all it exists. But I actually honestly think it exists.
The deep state is made up of the semi-elected people who want to benefit from the mess they found.
Or we are the deep state.
Yes, the semi-elected members. If Alai gets into the county assembly and gets a mess that he can exploit.
You meant elected. In my head, I was thinking voters.
No,
Carry on.
elected people. Mheshimiwa Alai can find a mess in the county assembly.
Okay.
That in an attempt to rectify that mess, it takes away what he could have benefited. So he comes up with another clique of people like-minded to exploit that mess to his benefit. So that, as he says, if Joachim gets in and tries to disrupt that, the first people that will fight me are the people who are benefiting from the same. So there is this unwillingness of disrupting the system because it's very beneficial for those who are benefiting. But it disenfranchised the people on the lower echelon of the pyramid because, as he speaks here, it's not just the chiefs that are experiencing that. There are people even in the ordinary Kenyans who are going through even more pain because they don't even have the salary of that chief and they need to stay in that same place the chief is staying. So the pain is even higher. But the thing is, as you aspire to go into that office, what is really the intention, that burning fire inside you that makes you think and believe that once you are in that office, there are things you are going to do?
You know, Joachim, and it's interesting you've brought that up because there are certain individuals, and I won't name them, but there are certain individuals who were not politicians before, and they were very vocal out here, maybe as activists, as artists, and whatever. But the moment they got into power, whether they became MPs or they became, CSs, things changed, and you can even see some of the things that they have said or they say and they continue to say, and you're like, oh, ndio mtu akiwa nje alikuwa anasema hataki kufanya kitu kama hii.
I have even met some people who tell me that, listen, you can't change the life of the Kenyan people. Can you think about yourself? Like, where do you want your children to be tomorrow?
As the elected leader, those are the questions.
Even in my capacity right now,
all right,
somebody calls you into their office and tells you, you're making a lot of noise out there. Have you thought about yourself? You can't change much about the Kenyan people, and there is something very heavy on the table. So once you take that, it takes away the moral authority to even fight anything. And in the first place, it happens in a very friendly gesture, like you are elected governor, and then a phone call comes in, and we are business people in this county. We just wanted to say welcome. We have a present for you. Maybe they bring you a Mercedes, a very slick Mercedes Benz. Then later on, when you are trying to bring order in the matatu industry, you realize that the Mercedes Benz you are driving was donated to you by the matatu industry. Yes. So a phone call is, hey, Mheshimiwa, just go slow on that. So it takes a lot of fortitude for you to actually fight. That's why for you to even decide that you want that particular seat, you have to be ready that there will be a lot of
headwinds.
Yes.
Okay.
Because as we complain about garbage, for example, it is something that is very even looking at the garbage beside the road, it's very unsettling.
It's disgusting.
But why is it that the people charged with the responsibility of collecting this garbage are okay with it? It's not because they are fools. There is something they are getting. So we need to, first of all, think, what are they getting out of this menace? That even as we try to change things, and for example, kwa maandamano tunaambiwa, you need to submit petitions to authorities. For example, tunaandamana about garbage. We now need to submit our petitions to the county authorities. What if the authorities, the reason why we are protesting is the failure by those authorities to actually do what they are supposed to do? So why should we submit petitions to authorities that have already failed? And that speaks to a whole thing, even nationally, that the mess we are witnessing as a country, when you try to correct it, the people benefiting will come to you with everything they have. When you say we don't want levels of poverty to go up so high, but again, Allah benefits from it by saying, I will make life a little bit easier for you. So when you take away the poverty, what will Allah say?
He has nothing to campaign.
Yeah. So that has been the problem.
Okay. Yes. Allah.
Do
you want to be rich?
I don't want to be a pessimist. I don't believe that the systems cannot be changed. And I believe that we can. We have to be very intentional about changing some things. And against all odds, there was a time here people were clamoring for the new constitution. And people believe that at some point they're almost giving up, because everybody who tried to even get too close to changing the constitution, there was always death knocking. You remember people, and there's also the controversy. The people in power who are enjoying the kind of influence and power which the old constitution was giving them, did not want to cede the ground. And now we have the same. But I think that when somebody comes to the office with a good intention, they'll always want to change things. They'll always want to, and somebody who understands that this place is in chaos because of this kind of interest. So why don't I go and convince them to at least? But there's some people who are even lazy in trying to change anything. And I think that sometimes also the Kenyan population, the Kenyan public, don't get people because they want stuff to be changed. They get people because they want to, they are punishing somebody. You elect somebody because you are punishing. Like say, Joachim is now campaigning against Ruto. So anybody who can help him punish Ruto is a friend. It's not that anybody who want to perform, who want to change a thing. Anybody who can help him just sema one term, is always a friend. You remember there was a time 75% of the politicians in this country used to be elected because either they laughed, kuna kwetu ODM watu wenye they have never learned how to campaign. Anabebwa tu mkono hivi. 80% of votes are inside na baba. Kuna watu wakienda wakasimama akapiga baba leo. 80% of the votes are in. Anasema tu amenyorosha, umeona vile nimemnyorosha. So when
Raila phobia and Raila
so when you try to remove the person from the picture, ask any politician today on the ground. When Baba seems to have taken a back seat, they say, hey, easy, it got too complicated. Because you have removed the man who used to help majority of us get elected. Amebeba mkono. Everybody come from, somebody, you see an MCA who is vying in Vihiga is coming to run around with Baba in Nairobi. Abebwe mkono. You see somebody whose work haitaingiana na kazi ya president anywhere, huko Central Madira, ndani, ananyorosha Baba kwa rally, ananyorosha Baba, mpaka unasema, jamaa, Baba alimkosea nini? Because that, hate and love factor makes them get elected. So I think, but when you come to the office and you have a situation where you want to change things, you want to change housing, you want to change garbage, somebody has to be competent enough to ensure that when people are in this city, what they just want is order. And Kenyans, I think, are very good people. When you see an average Kenyan, when I was coming here, I just branched off into a market there. I was thinking that it's jaingia hapa, because I think it's the most convenient time when there's no jam, and I got inside there. You see how people are trying to apply their average business. Somebody just trying to, just sell wares, nini. Then you're supposed to enable them. You clean that place, you do street lights, you collect the garbage in time. You see, lakini umekaa umesema tu kwamba wewe utakula pesa. It is very painful to me when I see some of these things. I think it bears on the individual with the highest responsibility. When it comes to counties, the governors, and the governors need to realize, and sometimes you see them going around trying to do the same thing. Mtu ameona kitu nani anafanya Muranga, aenda kufanya the same thing. These counties need not to do the same thing.
Yes.
Because if mtu wa Muranga anafanya same thing na mtu wa Nairobi, who will sell to who?
Just like, for example, on what Mheshimiwa is saying, in terms of education, when you look at Murang'a and Vihiga, you can't do the same things. Murang'a will be thinking about Wi-Fi in schools, pavementing schools. Vihiga should be thinking about increasing the number of classrooms because there is not enough, and building more schools. So if you try to copy the same from the other side, you are going to end up with something that's not really serving the people from where you come from. But the questions we ask, like for example, Mheshimiwa has said that we choose people based on love and particularly hatred.
Yeah.
I try to be very realistic. For instance, my critiquing of President Ruto, I didn't start yesterday. Even when we were campaigning for Azimio, it's only that cameras were not focusing on me at the time, but I used to vehemently campaign against President William Ruto because I was asking, what is he coming to do apart from being born from a humble background? We all come from humble backgrounds, most of us. Apart from him repeating the same statement, because I used to closely follow his campaigns. There are like 4 statements he used to repeat in every campaign. And I used to tell people that the kind of person that is painting a picture of someone who understands what the problem is not coming to solve that problem, because this particular person has been a beneficiary of this particular problem ever since he joined politics. And once he ascends to power, he will make sure that the problems persist so that he continues benefiting. And the same is happening. I have not changed. My consistency remains. In this case, there are people who are also against President Ruto. But I can't just say, because you are also against President Ruto, we should just keep quiet and not ask you questions. Like, if we succeed, which we will, send President Ruto home, and someone else comes in. The question is, who are you and what are you coming to do? What is your agenda? How different are you from the one we are saying one term? If we find that there are similarities that are above 50% between you and the one we are sending home, I don't think we should elect you. Because as we complain about extrajudicial killings, disorder in the country, there must be something that is pushing either that is making the government not to provide the services, and it's pushing people against the same government. Because as you witnessed the maandamano in 2024, young people were going against the bullets, which means whatever that was pushing them was more deadlier than a bullet. And what was that? They are struggling to survive. The majority of these people, and I raised this question, for example, in Nairobi, there is a very high increase of street families. The question is, why do we have an increase in street families? I was quite, these people hate living in houses. They want to stay on the streets. Something is wrong. But whenever you come up to raise these issues, your profile. When I say no, this thing is not working, they say no, schools in terms of funding, let us sit down and look where the problem is. Umeleta vitina. Young people are protesting. Instead of asking ourselves, what really is the problem? We want to profile them. They are being pushed. They are being motivated. How can you be motivated to face a bullet? I wonder. And the people who are facing this accusation that the ones mobilizing young people to protest, when they were needed now to mobilize people to protest for them, they didn't. So if they are the ones who organize these protests, why are they not organizing now?
Let me ask. I want to ask Robert a question, because maybe you'll help me understand from a politician's perspective. I was in a wedding over the weekend somewhere in Machakos County, and a lot of politicians, got the chance to speak.
What are politicians doing in a wedding?
walikuja tu
they are crowds.
Yeah, they are crowds.
They came for the crowd. Okay. But yeah, the question I have is Sela alikuwa anasema tu vitu za kawaida, the crowd was very quiet. But the moment they started saying one term, the crowds went berserk, for lack of a better word. So the question I have is it us, the people who determine what you will say, yeah, or is it you as the politician who will drive the conversation? Because I tend to feel at one point right now it's the crowds that are deciding what politicians will say in some of these places.
There are things, like when you say that the crowds are deciding on what to say, who coined the term one term? Just yesterday in an interview, Rigiji said that he looked and he gave some lessons in literature, how you need to get one word as a campaign word to ensure that somebody goes home. And he said nikatafuta nikapata neno one term na itapeleka huyu jamaa nyumbani, na ni vizuri saizi wameshikana Raila, wataenda ni one bullet two people wanaenda nyumbani. Sasa you see, how do you say that the crowd is now setting the agenda when a politician is claiming to have set the agenda for the crowd now, because the crowd is chanting what one politician coined for them. When somebody
did he really coin that term?
That word, I don't want to brag, but there's a video of mine that did a little bit rounds on social media, and a week later Wamyoro said the exact words, and that's where one term came from.
All right.
So I was at Bunge, and so he has to pay me for using my wording.
But so you're not bragging.
I'm not bragging.
I am very happy to see the kind of confusion in the opposition. I wonder if they will be so organized in government when they come in. But you see, so when the crowd, you tell me that the Kenyans, because I sympathize with Kenyans when they say that now the problem is Ruto. Today ukitoa Ruto power, whoever comes to power in this country will do him nothing. High chances they will do him nothing. You see, what is the worst they will do to him?
Okay.
You see, so the person who has to look about for himself is the Kenyan voter. What do you want when a leader comes and tells you something? Sometimes the issue you are trying to address in your locality, in Kiambu, in Kisumu, in Vihiga, whatever you want to address there, sometimes it's not about Ruto. Sometimes probably it's about the area MP or the area governor. You know, there was a time we had challenges with sugar.
Yes.
And because of the sugar baron's interest, there was a sugar bill which never moved a step. For a period of 10 years, you are struggling. Me, I'm a sugarcane farmer. In 2007, 2009, when I delivered cane to a factory, I would get 7,000, 8,000. Then suddenly, I was being paid 2,000 if you struggle. And if you took to a government factory, it would take even 5 years to get paid. You see? So, and I went around the constituencies telling that we have to change these MPs. Before even we talk about Uhuru and whoever is in power, Kibaki, can we talk about these MPs? Because in Nyando and Moroni, we have elected people who have never known they don't even know how to plant sugarcane. You see? How is this guy going to change? I used to campaign. So I used to tell them, kuna mambo mengi sana president ana influence. And we would say we want to remove Uhuru. But tell me, what the area MP, if there's a private sugar factory there, which is paying farmers within 1 week, struggling to whatever, you can now decide the amount is low or high, but at least they are paying within 1 week of cane delivery. Then an MCA wakes up and say that every truck going to deliver cane to the factory has to pay the MCA 100 bob. There's a gang of border niggas. Is the problem? Who is the problem here?
Okay.
You see, the county. Then I go to the factory and ask, have you talked to the governor about this issue? The governor does not pick my calls. This is an investor who, in 40 years, has 5 factories in that area. Nobody has, some of these things are so local. Then you tell me that today, if you say one term, she doesn't know Zitaisha. And you say, nikama ile kusema, you put Raila as a scarecrow, and you say that if you vote against this person, she doesn't zote Zitaisha.
But then, it's all a systemic problem. What gave the MCA confidence to come up with such a thing? Because he knew there will be no consequences. Even you can't take him anywhere. You go to the governor, maybe he's in cahoots with the governor. You go to court, he will know how to go around it. So it's all a systemic problem. That's why we, even as we say one term, that one we agree, it's one term, there is no problem with it. But what are we going?
When you say we agree, you and who exactly?
Me and so many other people that are in agreement with one term.
Really?
Yeah.
And why?
And that's what I am trying to explain.
Please, continue.
That we agree it's one term. The reason is, and I have said it time without number, that there is a problem with how the resources of the country are being managed.
And this president is the first president who has had a problem with managing the resources of the country.
He's not the first. And just because he's not the first, we are not going to keep quiet about the things that he's not doing right. In fact, if there is a president who we expect to over-deliver, it's President William Ruto. At the time of the campaign, he campaigned as if he understood everything. He used to ask questions that, when you think about it, you are like, okay, that could be a problem. He mentioned something about KICC. And he said, we hold a lot of conferences at the KICC, but we don't see the money. Where does the money go? I was in Azimio. And then I said, that's a legitimate question. Where's the money? Now he's president. We are still asking the same question.
No.
Where's the money?
I think Joachim is not being fair. You see, when
I'm a person
when William Ruto got into power, you saw the kind of interest, the kind of conferences. You know, if he's and it's very good. He brought up the issue of the KICC. This is an institution which, if it were not for the Gen Z protests, it is not even a Gen Z protest. That is a protest by some cartels who have given it the name Gen Z. And you go to the KICC, go to the financial records which are online, check the earnings for the first 1.5 years of the presidency of William Ruto. You'll see. Go and talk to officials of KICC.
Yeah.
This institution made a lot of money. What killed the conference tourism in this country were the protests. We had a climate summit here. We had so many conferences in that place. Because as Ingini were saying that there are now too many. He brought a lot of business there. If the trajectory and it's a very good thing that he brought up the issue, because even now, for somebody to have thought that we need to, capitalize on this institution of the conference tourism and is refurbishing or rebuilding Bomas. You see, Bomas is being rebuilt.
Refurbished. So the issue is not actually the money that is being collected at these institutions.
Yeah.
The problem is, where does that money go? Because when you look at the financial records, you are going to find a lot of money.
Yeah.
But where does this money go? Because once government makes money, I expect social programs to be upscaled. I expect service delivery. But when I don't find it, and there is evidence that government is making money, that begs the question, then who is taking the money?
Where does it go?
Where does it go?
Does it go to the consolidated fund?
Yes, but where does it go?
No, you see, that's the question.
When government collects money.
But Mheshimiwa, we are looking at examples, singular examples of things that the president promised he would do.
Yes.
And we are pointing at things that we feel haven't been done. But in my opinion, that isn't the problem, really. Not really. No. The things we say as Kenyans, well-meaning Kenyans, and the things we believe, the things we do, they're not the same thing. We are a very contradicted people in this sense. We are very eloquent when things don't work quite as well as they should. And instead of looking at the problem, we look at the person. And we decide this person is the problem, and yet the person is not the problem. You see, we have never developed a culture where the Mwananchi, not civil society, the Mwananchi has learned to hold their leaders to account.
Yeah.
a leader who's not held to account will do exactly what they want because they know.
These leaders, city, are not fools. They are very brilliant people. And they understand the danger of being held to account. And the danger is you are going to face a lot of opposition in that office. Because the people now understand what your roles are. They expect that you should be doing ABCD. Less opposition comes in when the people do not even know what you are doing and what they should expect from you. And you must keep them busy. That they don't even have time to think about what is City Muga doing at Radio Generation. They are busy looking for how they are going to survive that day. That you need to wake up tomorrow and be very busy the whole day and get only what is enough for that day.
But this thing which you refer to as their cleverness,
yes,
in my opinion, is their feet of clay. Because to assume you are that clever,
yes,
you are in effect assuming that the people who elected you are not as clever as you.
Yeah, that's what they do.
We are a passive-aggressive people as Kenyans. Tutanungunika huku nyuma, we will not necessarily confront you. But it doesn't mean we do not see. You see, I am talking about a situation where it isn't a few people who point out issues. Your voter and the people who have made it possible for you to be in that seat can actually come to you and talk to you. You see, when we had the protests of last year, I didn't like the idea of people's houses being burnt. That was wrong. But then it points what I'm saying. When there's that outburst, it means they already had anger and the opportunity.
Inside
yes, vicious anger, and then the opportunity presented itself.
And the only way they can
punish
you is by doing that. And the other now that you've mentioned, I think there is a big mistake as the government it's doing. When you have a very large number of the people in the country with nothing to lose, that you have like 3 million people in Nairobi who do not own anything in Nairobi. The only thing they own is that Mabate house in Mukuru.
Not even that one they don't own. That one
they are renting.
It's not even theirs.
Yes.
And this person, there is a level of dehumanization that poverty brings to people.
It actually twists you.
Yes. And this person is struggling to survive on daily basis. And there is this idea that I am struggling because so-and-so who was elected is not doing their job. And I have nothing to do about it. But now we have a chance that for me to show them how angry I am.
Burn cars, burn homes.
You will get houses being touched.
Then she doesn't mention.
And no, at that time you are not thinking about Shida Kuisha. You are thinking about
the anger,
showing people that you are angry. And then because these are demonstrations, you are demonstrating how the government is not doing their job. And it actually comes to pass because people burn a building and rob a building for 2 hours. No police officer has shown up. For 2 hours.
Do you know why the police doesn't show up?
One police officer said that when we show up, IPOA will be on our neck. But again, I was in the protests, Muindimbingu. The people who are protesting above Muindimbingu, they were not touching any building. But look at the gunshot wounds. People who are now nursing gunshot wounds, they were all above here, around here, Muindimbingu. These are people carrying flags, bottles of water. They are not even a danger to anyone. But the ones that were looting at OTC, they went home healthy. Someone is able to run with a fridge because he knows the police will not come. But the one that is protesting unarmed is the one that is being shot. So how are wenye wako juu? They didn't think about IPOA when they were shooting people. The idea here is, and this is their thinking, that's what I refer to as being brilliant. That you keep people busy. they don't have time to even think about where is a lie today. And they need to be kept in that level of poverty so that it's a lifeline for their own survival.
But it's counterproductive.
It is.
I mean, in all honesty, you, Mr. Lai and I come from the same county.
Yes.
There was a time Kisumu was a very dangerous place to live in.
Even open a business.
Very. Thuggery was a growth industry. But if you looked at Kisumu, you found it actually had no other industry. The industry that had been there had long closed. It was a town of small business, kiosks to be precise. Young men finish, if you didn't go to university or a tertiary college, you went to a gym, grew muscles, and you became a manamba at the bus park. These were the goons for hire for politicians. They'd act as either bodyguards or they were sent to dismantle somebody's rally. When I call it a growth industry, that's what they were. But in all the mayhem that Kisumu was associated with, did you ever see them burning a tuk-tuk or a bicycle? No, because they can relate to it. Car they'll burn, but they cannot relate to it. They don't know people who own them. That isn't the case now. When people have nothing to lose, and the politician who thinks they are clever enough to divert those people, all they're doing, they are delaying their exit. That's the best they can do. And unfortunately, the exit may not be pleasant.
It will not be pleasant.
Because you cannot have, it's not just a large number of people who have in a hopeless situation. Very many of them are actually well educated. Many of them are actually knowledgeable. And the worst thing is they're disappointed because that knowledge came with a promise that they'd be able to do something with it, and now they can't.
They can't.
So their disappointment is multiplied.
And on that note, Ali mentioned something about the leadership not being accountable, like you want to pass a bill, it becomes a problem. You know, all these people out here who are doing bad business, one trick, they have a criminal mind. And for any criminal to be successful in their business, you have to cultivate a relationship with the law enforcement and the authorities. So if you find a person doing things out here and they are not held to account, then the authorities in that area are aware. Leo ukifungua kiosk Muga, ukianza tu kuuza changa hapa, tunakuja kwa show unatumwagia kidogo, it will not take 2 days, the police will be here. So what makes it possible for people to engage in all these criminalities without being arrested and something happening to them? It's because the authorities know and they are getting something out of it.
They've been kept in the loop.
Yes.
But it isn't only that. It isn't only that. You see, the moment we internalize and normalize the process of corruption to the point where we discuss it as something normal. We do not discuss corruption in this country as though it's something abhorrent and something we fear. No. What
we have normalized it.
Yes, what we're against is what we call an extreme form. But there is no extreme form that doesn't begin in a small way. It just grows over time.
And the biggest mistake was to create an organization called EACC.
Why?
It has become a...
Does it show you value for the money you spend on it?
A hunting ground for politicians who are not in good terms with the government.
If I wanted to fight corruption and I was serious as a president, and I believe that if today William Ruto decided to fight corruption, he would not last in that power for another 1 or 2 weeks. But if we had seriousness as a country to fight corruption, we will not have EACC. DCI peke yake. Polisi tu.
Imetosha.
Polisi tu. Just make sure, because now mtu anasema kwamba police, if you go to them, that's how ndio sasa unajua when you removed the fight against corruption from them, they found a stamp. You remember when Kibaki came to power, people were arresting policemen. And policemen at least knew they had a role in fighting corruption. But now they don't care because you created an institution to fight corruption. So ensure that institution, because that institution even fights them, because they believe that they are the number one most corrupt institution.
But now,
so you see, but going back to the Kenyan politics, me I believe the Kenyan politics is structured in a wrong way, and it's structured around cult of personalities. That today, if I want to address the issue of the country, natafuta tu niko pande hii ama pande hii. So pande opposition, the figurehead is Wamunyoro. Pande government, figurehead is Ruto. So when you are in Ruto side, chapa Wamunyoro, chapa Ua. When you are in government side, when you are in Wamunyoro side, chapa kanyaga shingo ya Ruto, malize. That is the only thing. So you don't get to solve the issue. You don't get the right leaders, and that's why even him. And we said this as the opposition, and they go back to my tweets. Sometimes they check and find niliwaambia kwamba the way I see Gachagua, he will not last a term, because that politics was so wrong. The first victims were going to be his supporters. So now today, you hear even the people who are now urging him, how he's a strong guy, how he's, after impeachment, saizi ameanza kuwachapa moja moja, wanakimbia. There was a lady who was working with Wamunyoro, Gachagua hapa kama Kibeti, wa Mujomba. Hakuna mtu ataki kwa Gachagua kama wa Mujomba leo. There was a person working with Gachagua here called Nguyiri. Hakuna mtu. I told them that our politics is structured in a wrong way. It doesn't have to be personalities. What do you want to change in your area? Unataka kubadilisha nani? Unataka kubadilisha nini? Yani unataka garbage iende. Okay, hii garbage shida yake ni Sakaja ama shida yake ni some systemic problem. How do we address this problem? Because you can remove Sakaja. Ameshatengeneza vile. So nowadays they realize that, the politicians realize that, it's cult of personalities. So wacha tuwawekea mtu wachape as we get away with you see?
The issues.
Yes. So what we need to look beyond the individuals. What are the issues? When you try to engage people, even you call a public participation, watu wanasema kwamba wako busy. We moved a motion there and we say that, these middle class people are very important to us in the city, especially the city counties. You see, but why don't we make it convenient for them to participate in this process? You guys who are running parliament through Zoom. So why don't you allow public participation through Zoom, through email? People deliver through registered mail, their petitions and their comments now. See, Kitambo, you have to be there physically. Even now, you try to do that one, you don't get more than 50 people.
But there is this lady who was arrested, who had come up with a platform where people can...
Jerry.
Yes, can...
publicly
participate about the finance bill.
Yeah.
What happened to her? She slept in a police cell.
What was the system?
Someone has come up with a system where you can lodge in your thoughts about
the finance bill.
A government program. Is that a criminality? Because
do you understand what the system she created?
Maybe you can explain to us, Robert.
No. I want to understand because we don't want to support an ideas which we. This is how we take an issue, we twist it to fit our narrative. Then this is the lady created. The good thing is that I'm a system designer. So this lady created a system to bomb to blast the email system. If today you have a ready generation domain, and I decide from one email address, or one IP address, because if I create a platform which is going to, you submit your views and it goes, it is coming from one IP address. If I see a system is getting 500,000 hits annual from one IP address, you see, it is going to affect the performance of that system. They take it at denial of service for others, because there are others who are also trying to deliver, you see. So this lady created, it was not that people were giving. If you go to the system, they were not everybody was generating.
They were jamming the system.
They were just jamming the system to ensure that others would not get. So So wacha to bombard. While it is very easy. Everybody with a Gmail. Everybody with a generic email. Gmail, Yahoo, Nini, Izo. Just put your views in your email. You have an email address there. Send. Somebody didn't have to create another system, because what was the special thing this system was doing?
But Mheshimiwa, this lady, okay, first of all, what you're saying didn't come out, and if it did, I honestly haven't come across it.
Yeah, because people
actually there's somebody who wrote about it, who actually pointed to what Mheshimiwa is saying. But you see, the problem is this. I personally do not understand these things. It has to be explained to me very many times before I actually understand it. Okay? But in the confusion of everything else that was happening in the country, when a young person is arrested, you feel that this person was doing something which was useful and they've been arrested. Okay? So,
and even the form of being arrested.
Yes.
Why do you send 6 Subarus?
Because you don't see the gravity of the problem, but the people at the end.
But the government did not explain that defense.
The government does not explain.
But surely, government explaining. If there's one thing the government does badly,
is explaining.
Communicating. They do it very, very badly.
Especially this one. One day,
especially
this government. One day, Mwaura says the seal of government is with the head of public service. Tomorrow he's like, no. It's at State House with the president. So the same government saying very different things. There is a State House spokesperson. There is a spokesperson for government.
There are very many communication people in this government.
So
very many.
This is the challenge I have with Kenyans is of the term government, because even an MC is government.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
we agree.
So you see, chief is government. Whenever we want to address a problem, can we be specific and direct? Because sometimes you find somebody
go to where the whole authority lies.
No, what is government today? If you know,
why do you go to someone who will be called?
Whenever people say government in this country, they're not referring to the county government.
Yes,
they're referring to the executive.
You see, but
and again,
we know government is judiciary, legislative, and we know that. But when people say government in this country, they are referring to the executive. They are not referring to the
any other
judiciary.
But even that executive, how vast is that executive?
No, we are not talking about the vastness.
What I expect, like I see, like you see a chief. Taka serikali. Somebody. You remember, like when Murkomen was holding this jukwaa last year, and you saw a chief who was most of crying that yeye mwenyewe kuna benefit zake, which the government. So I say, okay, when we give this term the government, and you are part of the executive, huyu pia ni part of the executive, mimi niambie, which department is this?
Robert, the thing you need to bear in mind. The term government and the way we use it is historical. From the time we had a one-party state and the president appointed everybody.
Yes.
Okay? So when you said government, you meant precisely the executive, because the executive had all the power.
Yes.
They decided who did what, they decided who the ministers were.
And they are still doing it even today.
Yes. But in those days, remember, you were first an MP. And there's only Kanu. So you have to be a member of Kanu.
Yeah.
Okay?
For you to be government.
Yes.
You have to be Kanu.
You have to be everything. So we haven't moved away from that.
So I beg.
Yeah.
I beg Kenyans, whenever we are addressing the problem, let's take the blame and be very specific.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I think that it's government officials who have found a very convenient way of hiding in the shadow of the government.
I have a question, John.
There was a time, before you ask your question.
Yeah.
There is I don't remember the exact words, but Mheshimiwa Sudi said things that unsettled Kenyans. And there was a rally in Naivasha.
Yeah.
The president defended Sudi, saying he was exercising his freedom of speech.
So we are like, okay.
I want to remember the exact same words.
Okay, is it possible we take a short break as we remember, because I want us to get into the news. Then when we return, of course, perhaps chances are we shall have Googled it.
Yeah.
And I also have a few comments to make about Rose Njeri, the software engineer. Nilikuwa naangalia tu a quick Google search, and the court dismissed those charges that were leveled against her by the DCI and the people who arrested her. But anyway, conversation happening in a short while. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has announced that Meru Town will be elevated to city status. Speaking during a church service at St. Mary's AIPCA Church, Athalmwa in Meru, the president said the government had already initiated discussions to make Meru Kenya's next city. This comes after Ruto conferred Eldoret city status.
Mmesikia gavana wetu hapa akisema tuko na cities 5 Kenya. City ya mwisho ama mji wa mwisho kufanywa city ilikuwa ni mji wa Eldoret. Ile city ambayo inafuata ni city ya Meru. Mnanielewa? Ile city ambayo inafuata ni Meru City. Na ili tuwe na Meru City, nimeambia gavana na bunge la Meru wafanye mambo. Na mimi nitafanya maneno. Si ndio? Na kati ya maneno lazima nifanye ili Meru ipate city status. Ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunajenga barabara ya kutosha pale Meru Town. Tayari serikali ya Kenya tumetoa zaidi ya bilioni 5 na ndugu zetu wa World Bank. Kilomita 17 including bypass ya pale Meru Town.
The Kenya National Union of Teachers has urged the government to strengthen security measures for teachers in Mandera County. This follows a hotel blast over the weekend that left 3 teachers critically injured. NAT Vice Chairman in Mandera County, Agri Namisi, said the teachers remain in hospital for treatment. According to a police report filed at Mandera Police Station, the grenade attack occurred at around 6:40 p.m. on Saturday at Jakei Hotel located in Kona B area of Mandera East Sub-County.
Wenye wameumia wako kwa ICU and therefore they require specialized treatment. So I call upon the Republic of Kenya, the Ministry of Health, and more so the teachers medical scheme, AON Minet, to move with speed to save the lives of this teacher.
Police have arrested 2 suspects for allegedly possessing elephant tusks in Samburu Central. NPS officers from Samburu Central collaborated with Kenya Wildlife Service officers during the arrest. They arrested the 2 suspects in Mararal town on Sunday after they were allegedly found to be in possession of 7 pieces of elephant tusks. The elephant tusks were weighing approximately 11.33 kilograms with an estimated street value of 1.1 million Kenya shillings, which were concealed inside a bag. The death toll from the collapse of a school in Indonesia last week has climbed to at least 50 people as rescuers have cleared nearly all of the debris, rescues authorities said on Monday. In the country's deadliest disaster this year, piles of concrete caved in on hundreds of mostly teenage boys after the collapse of the boarding school in Indonesia town of Sidoarjo in East Java province, trapping and later killing them. Using excavators, rescuers late on Sunday cleared 80% of the debris and found bodies and body parts of mostly teenage victims, the Disaster Mitigation Agency said in a statement. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
questions the people's breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 5 minutes past 9 o'clock. It is that station that you love. It is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM Nairobi. Mombasa, it's 90.7. Radio Generation is where we are at. In studio, we do have Honorable Robert Alai. He is the MCA for Kileleshwa. We also do have the Sec-Gen of Safina Party, Joachim Simiu, and we also have Siti Muga in the studio. We're more or less talking about, promises that politicians make versus how they deliver, or what, is stopping them from delivering. Robert, have you remembered what there's something you were to remember. So let me circle back to you in a short while.
He will remember.
Yeah.
Give him time.
Yes. Muhesh, what for you as an MCA is probably the biggest challenge as far as delivering for the people of Kileleshwa is concerned?
No, the biggest challenge is the institutions of, and this I say with utmost respect to my colleagues. We are 124 in that house. We lost a member, so we are 123 now. And the biggest challenge is how we treat the county assemblies. Any law we make in the county assemblies are not bylaws. They are not acts of parliaments. And the way Kenyan politics is structured is that we don't take the county assembly seriously. So all the parties, they look at the county assemblies or the MCA as
second generation,
a dumping ground for anybody they want to reward, but they don't want to impact. So they see that, our best should go to parliament. But kuna vijana walitusaidia kukampeni. Hebu tafuteni either nomination ama kiti hapo asimame. They don't know that these county assemblies need to plan these counties. You need to bring bills and motions and statements to actually. Today you want to take Nairobi to be a proper city, planned city in the next century. You have to start that planning today. The 70-year plan, the 50-year plan, and so on today. If you have a good number of MCAs who are not literate enough, or who don't have an idea that sometimes when you're fighting high-rise buildings, it is not because you don't want the city to grow. It is because you want the growth
to be
be beyond the capacity of the government. If that Kileleshwa from Mamlaka Chapel to the Kangemi Bridge is served by a population of only 50 officers, if you have a building today, you're building 35 floors on Westlands Road, and the fire engine in Nairobi serving that whole area cannot go beyond 2 floors. If today you go to Kilimani, you want to make there's a Dagoretti North sub-county.
Yeah.
They don't have land to build an headquarter. While the government exists in perpetuity. You say that this growth, there are some things, they are public utility. Today you are saying you're going with the high rises. But do you understand that this city also need open spaces and parks and just chilling areas and social halls? Today if you want to hold any meeting, you are either in a bar, a church, or a mosque. You see? There's a place we just want to go, me na Mbuvi, tunataka kwenda tukukae, tusome kitabu, we just share. How do you see this literature? How does it help me? Today, unasema kwamba people are wondering and they're scheming, tunaenda high. But kuna watu, some developers in this country who are doing 5 basements. You want to do underground rail system, metro system. If you don't have people, sometimes I think the assemblies, especially Nairobi, apart from the literacy, I think people are too young. So, when the issue gets emotional, nobody is there to tell them that, vijana, we have seen it all in this county. We have seen sisi, tumekuwa na biashara hapa, mimi nimeishi hapa. You have mature voices who can tell you kwamba So there was a time I had a meeting with the party leader, and I told him that, Baba, why don't we consider also nominating older people who are beyond the old retirement age. The old retirement age was 55. Can we get those people who have been civil service, who have been businessmen, who have lived in this city? They have the institutional memory, and they can help guide these young people. So it will just take 2-3 voices to stand and say that, why don't we take, kama mtu anaweza kuona, you have like the PPP arrangements. You have a very good structured PPP kwamba developer kuja na pesa, county itatoa land. Unajenga, tunauza nusu inabaki ya county. Katikati, developer comes intentionally knowing that ana pesa, lakini he has the money to bribe the government. So what he does, anakuja, ikifika not even a quarter, anasema, sasa si mnipatie ile title deed, I go and borrow a loan. That is what happened with this issue ya Pangani. Utaona hapo kuna development imekwama, issue kuna kitu inaitwa Jebanji iko hapo Ngara. Hiyo Jebanji, the same issue. Kama developer alijua hana pesa, lakini you see there's another project started in Woodley.
Yes.
Hizo. You see? But if we had, because the people, when you try to, kuna time nilingia kwa hiyo assembly, and I insisted kwamba we had things to implement.
Yeah.
I was called Mr. Manifesto because I was saying we were campaigning for the speaker to be our e-speaker. So kila kambi ilikuwa UDA walikuwa na speaker wao. Pia we came with somebody we thought would be a good speaker. So when you are campaigning, speaker akienda kuongea na sisi hivi unaambia kwamba speaker, lakini lazima ukuwe na manifesto. What do you want to do differently and how? But mpaka today I've called Mr. Manifesto.
But sasa in your
you see so I think that we need to take this county assemblies seriously.
Okay.
If today you go to Kisumu, I would tell Kisumu kwamba badala ya struggle that you seeing Omabei imengara mbele ya president, they are getting all these developments now on the roads. Why don't you structure this county differently so that you replan it in such a way it exploits some of the things which have been considered your weakness.
Okay.
You lie in the tropic and you have suffered the brunt of HIV, malaria, TB. Why don't you turn this county and make it a tourism economy place? Because we have Rwanda here, we have DRC, struggling system, we have Sudan here, we have Tanzania, Mwanza. We are accessible to the Great Lakes region. Why don't we just turn the way the place Aga Khan iko, from Aga Khan, uchape mpaka Kondele, that whole area mpaka Patel Flats, give it to this Nairobi hospital, Aga Khan, tell them we'll offer you free land, but you have to build this capacity of hospital. We are expected to work with. The government has done a very good thing, upgrade the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Why don't we ensure that we build all our processes around ensuring that we reverse? It will not only help the county reverse the negative effects of these diseases, but it's going to turn it into a money-making scheme which is going to build it. Okay. And we have a good Indian population. The good Indian population which became the backbone of that economy of the city after being chased from Kampala and some places like Siaya.
Yeah.
You see, the people, when these sugar factories were being run so well, it was because of the Kalasinga community.
Okay.
You see, and some of the times a dispensary in Miwani would treat more complex diseases than even Kenyatta National Hospital. Because of that, and they are doing good medical tourism in India, why don't you exploit that value chain and say that this is how we want to make this thing? But you see, kila mtu ni copy paste. Amesikia kwamba kuna mtu ameng'ara na barabara kilomita 20. Naenda kwa president, naenda kutafuta barabara yangu ya kilomita 20. We don't go with any unique creativity. You don't go with any unique proposal. So now we will struggle with delivering the same thing. You see, you go to Vihiga, they want to do the same with Kisumu, while the climate is a little bit differently, the needs of the areas, the kind of offerings they can give in that area, Kakamega, Bungoma, even you go to, I think every region.
Robert, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is there any training that MCAs undergo after they have been elected?
There's an induction course.
No, induction.
They usually have a retreat.
It's just an induction,
My question is very specific.
Training.
Induction is not training, chief.
Akuna politicians you don't train. These politicians.
Yeah, how? Look at the caliber of people that have been elected. How do you train them?
You can actually.
But City, as you ask and answer and get an answer, for the sake of the listener, of course, to understand also when you say training for the leaders, whether MCAs, MPs, or whatever, what kind of leadership are you looking at?
You see, the induction that they go through. How long does it take, Robert?
Just 2 days.
2 days. You beef it up. So the content is more. They are just before, immediately after promulgation, Kenya Association of Manufacturers and SRC came up with an idea together with the University of Nairobi, the Faculty of Law. They came up with an idea of bringing in lawyers who, before the whole process of the county governments began, areas were divided and people would go, and the understanding was to walk the MCAs, the speakers, through the process of what a county government ought to be, lawmaking, and then begin the process of training them and getting them to understand how you get people who can draft legislation, all the things that are required. It was introductory, just to set a foundation so that they can build on it. One of the things that was noted was the duplication of some of these laws. To date, we still complain. If I have a factory in Nairobi and I have a distributorship in Kisumu, between here and Kisumu, I am going to pay cess or from Nakuru, wapi mpaka nifike huko. Now, whenever I listen to governors talk in their council, there are two things that I never hear them talking about. I never hear them talk about county businesses. I never hear them talk. You've heard me say this, because if the counties have a mechanism for generating own source revenue and they are wealthy, the country will be wealthy. Their citizens will benefit. But I never hear of it. I only hear of them talking about the money that they're expecting from the national government not being enough.
Yes,
that's what I hear.
Yes, that's very loud.
Yes, the caliber of, just because someone did not go beyond a certain academic qualification in school does not mean they lack understanding. They can be trained. They can understand the business. Our first parliament, the people who were elected in those early days, didn't have much schooling.
You know, the problem with Kenyans now, I am sure Kenyans are listening.
Yes.
Someone is going to come up with this idea, not necessarily to train people, but it will be a fishing expedition to eat from it. You know, we come up with very good ideas, but what's the real intention?
You know, Joachim, the reason why you hear me taking this line, this train of thought and this line of discussion is this. If Robert talked about the urban renewal project, it's something I happen to know about because I participated in it. Okay? Part of the problem is exactly what he said. But the bigger problem was the counties themselves and the extortion that the county officials levy on the would-be developer. You actually have enough money to complete the project, but just the processes of delays, the encumberment that meets you at every stage. COVID caught up with many of those developers. Steel that cost a certain amount of money, after COVID, the price had quadrupled. There's no way you're going to build. The very thing you had set out to do, just the processes and the delays, you have a plan for that thing to go through
to
the
be
planning.
approved there.
Oh, God Almighty. God Almighty.
That's our biggest problem.
You find the expenditure that the developer has to go through just to get that thing approved is a nightmare. And then there is the issue of beginning to actually do the business itself. There are always roadblocks. There's always a group of people who want this, another group of people who want this. Meaning, the very counties who stood to benefit enormously from those projects, people within the county were the biggest hindrances to this particular process.
So, because this developer comes into your office and you take it as an opportunity for you to make a cut.
Not only is it just an opportunity to make a cut, it is expected, and the amounts are mentioned, and they are huge amounts, huge. And but when you ask, they're very logical. You're told, look, chief, it's not me. There is so and 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 so. These are groups of people. Okay. Now, with such a culture, even if I was a businessman, would I really want to do any business in the county?
I heard Dangote say Kenya is a tough market. It's that's the toughness.
Dangote is very polite.
Yes.
There's actually a viewer here on Dangote.
Yes.
He's called Star Kenya. I'm not sure it's a he or a she, but anyway, Star Kenya amesema hivi.
Yes.
Dangote Cement, he was practically kicked out of investing in Kenya because of corruption.
Yes.
So these developments he speaks of aren't they just avenues for some more corruption? Just asking. Yeah.
According to that comment, you know, in this country, when you come up with anything, like the way you've mentioned, training these politicians to understand what they are needed to do, you will hear the budget allocation for training. You'll be like, what's happening?
I have a different view then.
Yes.
On the same training. And then the same Star Kenya training is good, but what kind of people are you training? The welfare of the people is the last thing on their minds. Now,
yes.
For me, this is the idea of training. And there's a time I brought it up again on this same show. Me ninaona, before you vie for any political seat in this country, MCA all the way to president, you probably need to go through some kind of, and I'm calling it school of government, but it can be school of governance, school of whatever, just like we already have school of government. So you go through, if you know in 2027 you want to be an MP, MCA, president, whatever, you get into this school and you're trained on matters of, you know, lawmaking, passing laws, what the decorum is that is expected from a leader of your caliber. Then you actually graduate with a certificate. It can be some 2 months, 2 weeks, I don't know.
Who will be the people training them?
Yes.
Wakisha trainiwa, and this is just me thinking. Of course it can, inaweza tengeneza ikuwe better. Ukisha maliza kugraduate, tuambi wewe ndio upitishwe na IEBC kukuwa MCA ama ukwe uwanie kiti cha MCA, uwanie kiti cha MP, ukwe na certificate kutoka hiyo shule. Ndio at least tunajua mtu tunapigia kura ni mtu ambaye anaelewa hiyo kazi.
What will stop me from just getting in touch with the person in charge of the school and get a certificate?
Okay.
Paul.
A forged certificate.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes, sir.
Before this whole issue of qualifications was interfered with. Now,
Yes.
this is me being as polite as I possibly can. It was a requirement for MCAs to at least have a diploma.
Yes.
It was a requirement. And people were started going to school. Then it was...
You know, I think what Paul is talking about is very different, and I understand it different. And it's something which I've watched for, and especially when we required. And now that I'm in the seat, I even understand it better because I'm seeing the problem firsthand. You see, sometimes, and I give the example with Nairobi because that's where I serve. Sometimes we want the degree, we want the diploma. There's some people who came to public service because we are in public service. They came to public service kazi yake ni kwamba I want to change lives. They might not be literate enough, but ako very desperate to impact the community he lives in. This guy works and every day. So me, I thought that, sometimes requiring a degree or a diploma for such a person is very good for, basic reading and writing, the basics of understanding some of these processes is very good. The most impactful education we have to get is patriotism. And the School of Government thought, I think you're trying to go there.
Yes.
People need to understand how to build a country. You can make deals, yes, but you can also make money while building and changing and impacting the society, because the people we are affecting there are people who messed Isili as it is today. One of the best estates then, best middle class estates then. Then
Isili had flowers on the roads.
Then wakaenda Buruburu. They messed Buruburu.
The next one will be Kilimani.
Ngumo. Messed Ngumo. Kilimani, Kileleshwa. Then they all transferred that problem to Kitengela, Athi-River, Rongai.
Riru.
Every place they went to, the mess followed them. So sometimes people steal public funds, they mess all these areas and say that mimi nitaenda ku invest Oshago. ama nitaenda ku blockade Karen. There's a time when Moi tried to build some police houses in Karen, Kabwagi area. You remember when Karengata said that he's trying to bring a slum? Those things were not even 3 stories tall. And you are now seeing the subdivision which is happening. In Karen, you would not own less than 10 or 5 acres.
Yeah.
You see now the subdivision, people are living in almost a quarter an acre now in some places. We have gone half. And they are Wabunge. They are the people who are supposed to be in the front line of making policy and ensuring that those policies are followed. One of the people who went, they are the same people, knowing that that area is zoned for no high-rise building, went and built a training center, which they knew they didn't have money to complete.
Yeah.
Now that place is an ISO. You see, next to Catholic University. You go to that place and you see parliamentary training school. Na imekwama hapo. Nukiambia itaisha lini? Wanasema kwamba hatuna pesa.
Mlianza.
Sawa, kwa nini mlianza kama
mlikuwa mnajua
hamkuwa na pesa? This thing, you see, and these structures now become an ISO and become a baggage to Nairobi, because now they become breeding ground for not only animals but also even things like mosquitoes, and it affects the general well-being and comfort of that areas. I think people need to understand sometimes the beauty of being patriotic and very dedicated to public service. That when you come to office, please stay surviving, be comfortable as a family, ensure that you stay afloat, but know that there's going to be exist Kenya after 50, 60 years, and they need to have those plans put in. If you are building, how do you go? And you see, when nowadays when you talk of projects, I know 2 things are happening. When you see a new project, there are only 2 things why that project has been started. So that somebody wants to steal money or win an election. Nizo vitu mbili tu. Nobody's thinking of 50 years. Nobody's you see, like when you are making the expressway. Before making the expressway, right before then they knew they had a plan of making the expressway. Somebody was building bridges. Is that? These bridges, the foot bridges.
Yes.
Zilikuwa zinajengwa. Then you knew there was going to be an expressway. Hizi vitu lazima badilishwe ama zivunjwe chini. I was seeing juzi, somebody is building hapo Gilgil. Hapo kwa Way Bridge.
Yeah.
Somebody is renovating. I say that this same road, somebody is building some things to make that place, better. I say this road, see, they want to make it an express, dual carriageway. Mpaka Mau Summit. So hii kitu, we are spending how much money now? This project looks big. It doesn't look like the annual renovation, refurbishment of some of this road. Somebody knows they are going to make this road and the president is constantly on radio, TV, everywhere talking about we are going to start that project soon. But mtu ana invest kama ni chini ni not less than 100 million. Unaona tu zinabadilisha. Then you say, what kind of disjointed planning is this?
What do they aim to get out of doing that?
I don't people
now that
money.
When they want to build a carriageway, you say, I have my asset there, you need to compensate. Is that the thinking?
Part of the cost of the SER was supposedly compensation.
Yes. You remember?
And it's strange. You know why it is strange?
Yes.
The wayleaf that the railway has was actually very, very sizable. Why it is, they had to choose a route that also ended up going through the national park, and yet there was a path that could have been followed, is something that... And then the land that this railway passed through, most of it, bro, is rural. It doesn't matter how much land you're talking about, it is rural, it's agricultural land. It cannot be that costly. It does not matter how you price it. But yet...
But now, there is something that Fanya Mambo says. This guy called Fanya Mambo.
We know Fanya Mambo.
The Kenyans behave like hammer cops. You accumulate more than what you will ever need. Because even when you look at the SGR alone, the money that was looted from that project, it was a lot. Now the question is, you are already a man of means. You can afford the live on the first lane, but you still have appetite to acquire even more when other people there are not having anything. You know, people want to turn the whole country into their customer. Every business, every parastatal, everything that is making money, they want to be in control.
Yes. Yes. It's called rentier capitalism.
Yeah, you see,
Yes.
you see when people are talking some of these things, those things are very grave. You remember when they were doing the new electricity lines, like
Yes.
Angalani, you know, some of them to evacuate some of this excess energy, you know, from the dams and from the green energy plants in Turkana and so on. People went and built and bought. It is the same people at energy ministry and the roads ministry went and bought those pieces of land.
Robert, just think of Lapset.
Yes.
You see?
Remember, some of the ownership of the land that people bought when they were speculating on Lapset, the court overturned some of those title deeds and said, "Apana, this cannot be right," because some of the people from whom the land was bought, they were fleeced.
Yeah.
They actually didn't even get value for the land. Yes.
There's a particular politician I know that has land nearly everywhere. Government has a project. When you find when there was land in Bungoma, it had maram. So I think he knew that there is a project that will need a lot of maram. He went and bought that land. He later sold it to government to do the extraction. The land around Kibabi University. Before Kibabi University came there, this particular politician bought a lot of land there. When Kibabi University came, he was the one selling that land to government. Another project in Meru, the government goes there, he's the owner of that land.
He sells it.
He sells it to the government.
Then he's very lucky.
You know.
I remember when James Gishuru was being built. You know, there's a project which has Kwamad. James Gishuru to Rironi. Ina move saa zingine. But you remember that road cost 14 billion to build. But people who were squatting this land they didn't own. They were squatting on government land were paid 16 billion shillings. So the road cost 30B.
So 14 plus 16.
Yes.
These people, mtu ameextend tu kioski yake. Ameingia kwa road reserve. Unajua kwamba hii barabara inafaa kuwa 50 meters ama 30 meters and so on. Unajua kwamba huyo ameingia. Hii shamba ni ya serikali lakini tusiwatoe bure. Tuwalipe. They're staying in government land, they have made money. They are also being paid. But there's no proof kwamba hao wenyewe walilipwa.
Yes,
I wanted to ask you Mwesh. So, walilipwa ama tunaambua walilipwa?
Hawakulipwa.
What we're discussing
is
the strange nature in which we go about our business.
Yeah. And that is why
look at Karura Forest.
Yeah.
Look at Karura Forest. It's under now
Kenya Forestry
Service. Why? Because someone wants to get something out of Karura Forest.
Friends of Karura were kicked out.
They were kicked out. At least Karura Forest was orderly. You were not allowed to get in with plastic bottles. There was security. Kuna zile parts ulikuwa naenda wanakwambia no, don't use that. At least it was orderly.
Zimepeviwa saizi by
right now, why pave roads in Karura Forest? And
a nature trail.
There is this video that went around on social media saying that there is a very big python in Karura Forest. Isn't that to scare people so that they don't go there? Because there is very reliable information. There is deforestation happening.
Joachim, do you know the history of what you're discussing? Remember, at independence, one of the things that the Kenyatta government did, they created very many settlement schemes all over the country. Some settlement schemes like the one in Nyandarua were to settle the people whose land had been taken in central Kenya.
Yes.
Some of them were taken to Lake Kenyatta in Lamu, Getoni. All right? There are settlement schemes in Bungoma. There are settlement schemes in Kitale. There are settlement schemes in Moroni. I live in a settlement scheme. We were the people of Kano who are constantly being displaced by the flooding. So we had that option. One of the things that Kenyan presidents have done over time, every time they are shaken or they feel that their governments have a problem. The Kenyatta government started having problems in the 60s. There were allegations of coup attempts in early 70s.
1972, I think.
Yeah, precisely.
Yes.
One of the things, in fact, there were two. That was one. There's a second one. One of the things that the presidents of this country have done, at that point in time, there was a lot of land.
Yes.
That's where military leaders started getting land. They would get land. The thing about settlement schemes, they were supposed to be balloted, but people would get land. When Moi came in, he continued that tradition. He brought it down to the level of even majors, and if you are favorable and you knew what to do, you'd get land. Every time.
He even gave, William Ruto was given 100 acres.
A lot of people were given land. Now, the alternative to land in the Moi era was also what you called import licenses, because you needed an import license. So somebody who was a favorite of the government, or who the government or people in government needed, the executive rather needed, you could be given an import license. You immediately sold it to somebody who did business. All right? Okay. Even the land that they were given, they immediately sold it. The real culprit was actually the World Bank. Because when they came up with this structural adjustment program, they are the ones who forced Moi to start selling government houses and parastatal houses. And chaos reigned. Because it was now who knows who to get a government house allocated to them. Yes. Whether it's Kileleshwa, whether it is where. It's around that time that this railway land, which was vast, just suddenly disappeared. So this government and the Uhuru government are not different.
They are not.
You provide means by which your supporters can benefit financially. So somebody who knows there's a road because they've traveled on the road will be given a contract, not because they know how to build roads, but they can make money from out of that contract.
They can look for someone who knows.
Yes. It's called crony capitalism. Now, all we are seeing is it continuing at a time when those resources that could be dispensed with easily are much depleted.
So you have to now go for the ones that are...
So it becomes a lot more obvious and it can't be hidden.
And I was also looking at the Ministry of Treasury and Energy. They had approved the 370 acres of Kenya KPRL, Kenya Public Refinery Limited.
Petroleum refinery.
Yes. They had approved the sale of that land, 370 acres. So the question is, what necessitated that? And who are the people who are going to buy the land?
You see, everything, if you give it a perspective, it becomes not difficult to understand.
Yes.
We have an election just around the corner.
Yes.
And we have convinced ourselves that billions of shillings have to be spent in an election.
Yes.
Now, it is for that reason that whenever you hear of people going to parliament so that parliament can grill them to determine whether they're suitable for the job, when somebody claims that he's worth 100 million, it is considered that man is poor. And these people are worth 100 million, no known business that you can speak of.
Yes.
There's no value addition that you can speak of. I'm simply talking about a system. You said systemic.
Yes.
That's what we have. Robert, on the issue of qualifications, the National Institute of Training, NITA, the authority, came up with a scheme for people who had technical competence but did not have the papers.
Yes.
They test your competence and actually certify you. One doesn't necessarily need to go and get a diploma in some academic institution. No. If you have been in politics long enough and you've been somebody who's a community mobilizer, that experience can actually be, it can actually be translated into something that is documented on a piece of paper. Anything else you can learn as you move along. Why am I being long-winded about this? The patriotism that Robert talks about, we actually don't have. We as Kenyans, we're not patriotic at all.
And most of the people who exhibit this unpatriotism are the people charged with the responsibility to actually be patriotic. When you are a leader, you should actually be more patriotic. The other day I drove into JKIA. I wanted to do something, and all banks in Nairobi were closed, so I ran to JKIA. So there is a security check. I saw the driver pressing something into the hands of the police officer, and we drove in. So I wondered.
Kuingia JKIA?
Yes. Hey. What if I'm carrying some explosives? And you think you are not going to get affected out of these things. You could do that, and your sister's daughter is also in JKIA. You have received 100 shillings from an unknown vehicle. Then you hear an explosion at JKIA. One of the casualties, it's your nephew or niece. The level at which we just look at what we are benefiting today, here and now. We do not think about the consequences in the future. What we are trying to ask is that even as you make your cuts, there should be a level where the country can protect itself and still grow.
Actually, we let the rot settle with the Ndegwa Commission. Civil servants should never, public servants should never been allowed to do business. Yeah. Because where do you draw the line between conflict of interest and you doing business? Where? You are the office holder, you are the custodian of all these things, then you're being allowed to do business.
Yes. I have a question for Robert here, and I'm going to start with a comment from Madegwa Crocodile. Do we need training to know schools need capitation? Training to know we need a proper healthcare system? Training to know we need good road networks? So you said that you proposed something to the effect of training. What exactly were you proposing?
You know that, and that's why Madegwa is one of the people who need training to understand that the illiteracy level. I'm telling you, I was vying in the village in Nyando, and I came to the city. For the first time, I understood that the literacy levels in the city is bigger than that in the rural areas. I was told I was coming here to vie as MCA. When I went and sat down with my mobilizers for votes, they told me, "Wapi kadi zako?" I said, "What card?" I thought it was a business card. They told me, "No. If you don't print cards with your image, there are some people who can't read." So kama unakuanga na ndevu, usinyoe. So they know they're talking to the same person. They don't know how to read James from Robert.
Yeah.
You see, in the city.
Yes.
So if the voters are illiterate, it means the people they are producing, a good number of them, you also must have illiterate people, because these voters produce among them one person to lead them. There is no way you can say that you have a major problem with illiteracy, lakini kila mtu anaenda kwa hiyo place ni literate. Some people at literacy level, so, unaona mtu akona intention nzuri sana, but he doesn't understand. Ajui hata capitation ni nini. Wewe unaongea juu ya capitation, ajui ni nini. You're talking about ati unasema health. Anajua tangu wazaliwe. Like me, when I was growing up with the village, CCD 25, I was a child of a primary school teacher. The reason why we survive is because of one book only, inaitwa Where There Is No Doctor. Baba anasoma na anawadunga nyinyi shindano.
Yeah.
That's why you see these people called CHPs. Community health
promoters.
Yes, they're now called promoters. They used to be called volunteers because they were working for free. At least the government has given them some stipends to. These guys are so important. Some of them actually deliver babies in the slums.
Yes.
Nobody gets to step into an health center. You elect somebody in that assembly. I have 4 people who went to school through a bursary. The MCA of hospital ward went to school through bursary. Ali Lipwa, MCA of Molem. They confess kwamba sisi tulifundishwa na bursary. Hakuna vile governor. Vita yao na governor ni kwamba governor, you have not given these people bursary for 2 years. As I went to school because of bursary. Yeah, MP. The CDF. That's how I learned. Otherwise my mama alikuwa nauza janga ange afford.
That's why
you see sometimes even the level ukiona mtu anasema kwamba do you need education to understand? Kuna some people is still these county assemblies who their signature is a thumbprint.
They do not know how to write.
Yes, such kind of problems. Like the issue of bursary, we've divided. Everyone has some money. They are calling bursary. What is the intention? We should ask ourselves, why do we need bursary for? To aid in education. Why don't you amalgamate this whole amount of money? Decide how much money education needs.
That one will not even allow. The reason why we will allow, and I'll explain you what the problem is.
And on that one, I'm in agreement with you. Even these incompetent governors that you want to give them 100 million shillings.
No, not
the governor.
Yeah.
See, unataka kuona president.
No,
in
not
the
the president.
In the Kenyan election system,
yes,
whatever you put in the law, the ultimate person at the national level is the president.
Yes.
The ultimate person at the county level is the governor.
Yes.
Nobody trusts these two people. That's why people know that it's legal for MPs to execute and oversight, but they sema kwamba ukiwachia MP fund ingine control hata kama wanatunyima hawatunyimi yote.
Okay.
So they'd rather that CDF, if you go to the population today and you tell them that towards CDF, they'll burn you alive. Because that's how police stations were built in their areas. There are some roads that footpaths zilikuwa graded, at least kwa na semblance of normalcy.
Alafu unaweka hapo picha yako unapigiwa kura.
Whatever they do now, this population don't care. But you tell them that tomorrow, utakuwa na system ya somebody at the central place. Mkishaamua na finance ministry, mnasema hii pesa inaenda kwa anasema hapana. Hapana, if there are ghost schools, then you can even increase ghost schools in your preferred area. And ensure that most of the money go to your preferred area.
By so doing, I think this will be the biggest benefit. That this is what is expected in education. That in one financial year, for example, we need 200 billion. And education will be settled. All a parent needs to do is to buy uniform for their children and take them to school. There was a time in this country where lorries used to come in school with books, pencils, geometrical sets. Government can still do that without necessarily a member of parliament saying he's the one in charge of bursary and all this CDF. There is a member of parliament whose 86% of the CDF cannot be explained where it went. But if a minister of education is in charge of all this, the building of schools, the books in schools, and all this, so that we know when things are not working, we know where to go.
Joachim, how many schools in the area you come from has the ministry built in the last 5 years?
I can't...
precisely, you can't tell.
Yes.
Chances are because they haven't.
They haven't, because we haven't charged them with that responsibility.
It is. Every primary school every year has an allocation of 1 million shillings for development. Every secondary school has 2 million shillings. In this country.
For development.
If we enter, uangalia, hiyo inakuja ministry, sio CDF, hiyo ni ministry. That's what Ken Okoth was exploiting here.
I know that as a fact because I was chairman of a board of management of a local school in my village, and the lab we have there was built with that allocation. Even 2 or 3 classrooms were built with that. The staff room was built by CDF. Okay? So when you have a head who actually knows what to do with that money, you'll be amazed at what they achieve.
One of the things that aid in that money not being used is that members of the public do not know.
Sindio.
Yes.
You know, I cannot, unaona hata pia mimi nashangaa. I cannot expect kwamba serikali ijenge, ministry ijenge, and I don't even know that they should be doing that particular
that money
job.
actually gets to schools. Just
Yes.
so that you understand.
Yes.
There's no school which just has one account. The monies cannot be commingled. Pesa
Your ministry.
ya kujenga.
Do we have auditors from the ministry going to schools?
Yes.
Kenyans are corrupt. Auditors are more corrupt.
Because auditors are the same Kenyans.
Yes.
There's a question here for Joachim.
Yes.
Ask Joachim where the plan to go eat in MP's homes went to. Si tulikuwa tuende tukule kwa wabunge. Yes. Tunaenda lini ama bado tunanawa mikono?
Tuna decide where we are going to eat from first. I saw the member of parliament from Makadara alipiga kelele mingi. But I also said, I just said, people who are charged with the responsibility of passing bills and oversighting legislation are members of parliament. And I could see them clapping for the president. They support him when he says the finance bill is good. And when he fails to sign it into law, they clap for him. Now I say the problem is here. The members of parliament. They have made it possible for us to go through a very hard life.
Joachim, it's not them.
It's not members of parliament.
No, it is not them.
It's who?
We refuse to understand that it is our duty, once we've elected you, to hold those people to account.
And I was holding them to account.
We refuse. You are a lone voice.
No.
Holding leaders to account is
very
something
complex.
Yes, and we avoid it.
It's hard work for us.
Let me say
we avoid it.
I was to make sure, and this is something that can be done. They are asking because I kept quiet, because I was the first person to talk about it. Robert Alai can wake up tomorrow, there is 1,000 people at his door saying we don't want anything, but because you as a leader have failed to make life to make life a little bit easier, where there is an environment that even supports business, we want to eat breakfast here, eat lunch, and eat supper and go home.
You know, this man is in a war zone. If you look at the area he represents, when people hear Kileleshwa, then they're just thinking of this Kileleshwa, the high rises and so forth. Forget that one. The population there is small.
Very small.
Hawana shida. He has another population elsewhere who you would not believe are in his ward, and they need the help. The thing is, he doesn't have the means, but the county has the means. And the means that he has, the same person who represents Mkuru kwa Njenga also wants that same thing. Mkuru kwa Ruben, the same thing. Kariobangi, the same thing. So, unless you are somebody who understands how to maneuver around these things, even if you're an MP, it may be in the budget. There may even be an allocation for it to actually do what it's supposed to do. The lobbying that is required, the footwork that is required. You see, this is not a battle that the MP can fight alone. This is not a battle that the MCA can fight alone. But it is also their duty to educate the public on how to hold them to account. But that is something they do not want to do.
You know, something I admire about leaders from Mount Kenya is that they have made it possible for their people to understand what they want, what is a priority to them.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it the leaders who have made it, or is it the people who know what they want?
How
They're
did
very
they
clear
know?
about what
How
they want.
did they know? When you touch something, a source of livelihood from Mount Kenya, the leader from Mount Kenya will come together regardless of their parties and say, watu wetu wamefinywa hapa. Is it the same from where we come from?
Because they know they will be kicked out if they do nothing.
Yes.
They
yes.
know.
And that's what I admire from them. Is it the same with the leaders from Western Kenya or Nyanza? For instance,
you see the same people have been crying. You know, it's the same thing. In fact, Wamunyoro has been the loudest, and he has said that Sasingine and admire ODM because of the caliber of politicians we have, and even the kind of oversight we used to provide when you're in a position.
Yes.
And that caliber of oversight is not easy to find because you to find within the, you know when we were even holding government to account and saying that uko central unajua saa zingine kitu ya kufanya. You need to go back to because they are regretting even the kind of leaders, because
we are looking at it from two
different perspectives.
There are areas where Nyanza and Western perform excellently.
Like which ones? Which areas?
Like what he has mentioned. I was looking into the first Eurobond in 2014. The people who mounted a lot of pressure on government, they were in Raila's camp, aided by majority of his people coming from Nyanza and Western. I'm looking at, despite your grasp of issues in parliament, how are the people in Nyando feeling? Despite you explaining, is it marine law or maritime law in parliament, and dissecting issues, are the people in Nyando benefiting from? Because leadership, in my own opinion, is the resources must come and trickle down to the people, where people can feel they are not struggling too much.
You see, when people are saying that William Ruto at least is trying to perform, is because of the historical isolation of some of these areas. And the historical isolation in some of those areas, sometimes you would not even talk about the fact that the kind of ills affecting the society became the mainstay. Like ukimwi and malaria became the mainstay. So you find a leader is grasping...
And cholera, my brother.
Yes, and cholera. And you find that a leader is grasping with the deaths from ukimwi, malaria, and so on. But because of the stigma around those conversations, when he brings it into the political platforms and say that, weweenda huko watu wao wakufe. You saw even when the governor of Makwini was talking about Homa Bay, when the sports, the county sports team were going there and say that msiende huko mkapate ukimwi au wanakuwa. So you see some of those conversations.
Even
So these
can't shake
MPs,
a Luo's hand at
these
the cholera.
These MPs avoided the nuanced conversations at the local level. They concentrated at the upper end, and they talked about the things which were relevant across the nation.
Yeah.
You see? And so they built their expertise on the national conversations, but they forgot to
deal with the
and
issues.
that's when you see sometimes Ruto is making very small, I don't know.
So building a pyre in Homa Bay looks big because...
even when Uhuru was trying to build some of these bypasses, then you found the bypasses were built like it was token. They were not properly designed. They were designed inside, they were one lane. So you find that kama kona, kama kuingia Kondele. When trucks go there beyond 40 kilometers per hour speed, they tip.
Yes. Yeah.
Because they were so narrow. They were a bit like ilikuwa token, ilikuwa kwamba muone iko.
Muone ni kama kuna development.
Kuna development. Lakini
Robert, kuna hii statement umemake hapa a couple of hours ago. What we are witnessing today is political comedy dressed up as press releases. What's up?
Yeah. There were two I think they were talking about the two statements from Wiper and
Raila.
Because ODM was trying to explain that and was trying to hit back. I think there were parts of the ODM statements which were very wrong, because I don't think that especially mentioning the leaders, because I don't think that is the leaders who are wishing Baba badly or they ever talked badly about Baba's health. I thought the ODM, but in context, what I was trying to say, because I'm an ODM member, so I'm loyal to my party first. So I was trying to tell them that why did the Wiper have to respond with their Secretary General and not the Communication Director of at the office of Kalonzo Musyoka? Because Baba's Secretariat Communication Director, Dennis Onyango, wrote the statement.
Yeah.
It was not ODM. In fact, ODM has not spoken about the issue of the Baba's health.
Yes.
At all. So I found it weird that ile ilikuwa kwa letterhead ya Wiper, hii iko kwa letterhead ya Raila Odinga Secretariat, which are two different institutions. Raila Odinga Secretariat is not equal to ODM. So those two.
But the Standard is saying that Raila has taken a brief medical holiday.
No, there's no. I think Baba is just relaxing. Before we launched the party, we found that we were going to go to Mombasa on 10th. In fact, most of us had booked out because we had to go with our delegates and so on. Had booked our delegates in the SGR. If you check on the 9th and 10th, you will not get a seat for SGR. I think most of it is our people. And
Booked, eh? But I think
it's good to be so. Ngoja kwanza. Safina, you will learn how to celebrate 20 years. Safina should be more than 20 years old.
We are 30 years. That's why no, we don't behave like teenagers. You know, at 20 you are still a teenager.
So Raila is just taking a rest.
Raila is
that
just
what you're
taking a
saying?
rest. So when he comes back, you see, we want to ensure there's no way, Baba. One day, you know, that issue of the rumors of his health came just a day after he met the deputy party leaders and the
Robert,
chairman. Yeah.
Your party leader Raila Odinga is a man I've supported for a very long time, and I really study people that I support and people that I oppose. I wonder that just when you are about to launch the party, Raila Odinga takes a backseat, and there is a very big conversation about where he is.
How do we launch the party?
You are celebrating 20 years. Yes, the birthday.
Yes.
I think it's a designed thing because Baba needs, when he shows up at the event, everyone has paid attention.
All right.
And I think it is a whole choreographed thing to get the attention of the people. I was reading the statement.
Yes.
And the mentioning of Gachagua and Kalonzo Musyoka was very intentional to cause an uproar. And that conversation around Raila Odinga is here. I'm getting calls.
I'm actually inclined to
Raila is not sick. He's just somewhere sipping his coffee and looking at what is happening.
Okay. Gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show. I know I'm going to be summoned and asked why 2 minutes after the end of the show we are still talking. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Karibuni sana. Na kama kawaida tunawaalika tena. Yes. Your party leader should be coming very soon.
Okay.
We shall be making the announcement.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much.
There are things I can't talk about. He's the only person who knows.
Yes.
Sitaki.
Akifika hivi.
Yes.
Swali ya kwanza.
Sawa sawa. Asante.
All right. Guys, see you tomorrow on Tuesday 7th of October, bright and early.